folks, and we start off with the ticker tape parade, saying hello to our friend Chuck from AP Studios. And Chuck, as always, it's a pleasure to have you in the chat. I hope that in the near future, I'm going to give you a call next week and see if I can convince you to come on the panel next week. I'm going to try to twist your arm a little bit, but you know, I'm glad that you get to come on, and everybody loves to hear from you and know that you're you know, moving forward. And I hear that you're using that 600 a little bit, and I've got one right above my head that I just got about 20 minutes ago that I haven't even taken out of the box yet. So that'll be my my toy to play with next week or this coming week. And I hope everybody is doing well. And Randall got the 180-6, and he got a few other F-mount lenses that he got some good deals on. And later in the show, we'll have Randall talk about his trip that he went on, which was, you know, very top secret. You know, only government officials knew about it. And if he told you about it, he would have to kill you. So it was very, very hush hush. We don't know where this secret operative, former post office employee went, but he will share his story with us a little bit later. And hopefully he doesn't violate any NDAs. But hello. So let's say hello to who we have in here so far. Wow. We got Mr. Stewart out in his trailer, and he's able to communicate with us, which is great. And
has he got his red light on?
You know, we got, keep the light on for us, as they say. What's that commercial? We'll keep the light on for you. We got Chuck in the house. We've got obviously the people on the panel here, Gustavo and Roy and Randall, and hopefully we'll get a few more people that come in. And we got Robert from Connecticut, former employee, fellow employee where I used to work. We got Lynn in here. Great to see you again, Lynn. I think it's nice to see you in here several weeks in a row anyway. We got Bob from Bob Our Photos in the house. Michael Dries. Yeah, I'm in the 600 club. That's 600, but I'll just clarify that. It's not 600 pounds. I'm not in the 600-pound club. I'm approaching that, but I'm not there yet. I'm working on it.
Good job it's not kilos then.
Yeah. So obviously there is a considerable amount, well, I mean a fair amount of photographic news, and Chuck may or may not be proud of me tonight because I'm going to do a Jeff rant. I'm going to do a Jeff rant in a little while, and I'm going to ask everybody for their patience to let me rant in that quiet, well-mannered way that I do, which is nowhere near as exciting as if I had Chuck doing it for me, because I'd rather have Chuck doing it for me. But I will do my very poor Chuck impersonation of a rant, and we'll be talking about a certain camera in particular. We got Mookie MC in here, and Jagulsby Photography, and so I think that's the first time I've heard seen you in the chat, my friend. So welcome to coming on to the show. And I will apologize if you've been here before, and I'm saying I'm just noticing you now. I'll apologize because when the flow of the show and looking at my notes and trying to get things going, I can't always, other than this initial first 5 or 10 minutes of the show, look at the chat from time to time, but I can't just stare at the chat the whole time because I have to try to keep things flowing. And you know, and because David's in his trailer and he's not on the panel, I have a younger Canadian replacement that I'm going to put on the screen right now, who's makes the rest of us look like we're about 80, but I'll let him come on anyway.
Speak for yourself.
Hello, Joey.
I can't hear anyone. Just a sec.
You can't hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
I can't hear you guys. One sec.
Oh wow.
We can hear you. How do we do letters with our fingers? We
You don't want to do that.
we can.
It always works out wrong for me.
Usually you go like that.
Yeah, we got
Or
Jim.
really mess with them where you just move your lips and don't say anything. You just
I love doing that to people on purpose. Sometimes I'm like, yeah. I'll go, what? And I'll say, you can't hear me. You can't hear me. We got. Let's see, who else we got? Oh, Jim is in here, real Nikon lover. Joey, turn on your Canadian translation app, is what Jim says from California.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, eh? Yeah, now I can hear you guys. I'm
Nice.
digging the glasses, Jeff. Very, very dapper.
What do you think, huh?
I like them, man. They're a statement piece. They look good.
Yeah, I'm trying to, look a little more scientific.
There we go. You're using those glasses to really look for that Z6 III release. You're like, man, gotta get real close to the computer. Where is it? Why hasn't it happened?
Oh yeah, and we'll talk about that a little tonight too. The reality is though, my other glasses drove me nuts because they constantly went down my nose all the time, and I don't know how many times I had them adjusted. And finally, I just said I needed new glasses anyway, and my wife and I went and got some glasses and some sunglasses. So hopefully, I'm all set for another year or two. My prescription really didn't change much. It hardly ever changes now, which is a good thing. Pretty much stays the same. Hello, Maribel. Maribel is in here with us as well. Hope you're doing well. Good evening to you. Rakesh is here. So hello to Rakesh. I'm going to put up give me a second here, and I'm going to put up this as a reminder. Okay, even though we're 2 weeks away, if you want to send in photos for the June 1st photo review, send them in. There's the email address by noontime the day before on May 31st. And, I have a little liberty in terms of the image size. I mean, I got enough storage space where if you want to send me a little bit larger file, I'm not gonna kick it back to you, but it just makes it easier to handle. But
It's a challenge.
I'm not going to toss your image in the electronic trash can if it's a little bigger than that. So right now, let me look at my notes here. Right now, we have 32 entries already.
Wow.
So that's a great job, and keep them coming. And that in the showbiz world, we call that a good start. That's a good start.
Including Joy already?
No, I'm actually just about to send mine now. Should I send macro shots of whiskey, or should I send some shots from New York? What would the preference be?
I think you send one macro of the whiskey, and then you do the rest New York.
All right. I'll see.
Although if I see something funny looking in the whiskey, I'm going to be scared that you're drinking it. It's like if I see some amoebas or something floating around in it, I'll be like, uh-oh, Joey might have some strange, he might have a third eye the next time he comes on the show or something like
Joey,
that.
This a real whiskey or pretend whiskey like you did for that commercial? Or
this one was some product shots I did actually for the distillery. So they let me into their grain room there last week, and I have this 100 mil 2.8 I'm borrowing from Panasonic right now. So did some product shots with that. Man, oh man, it got dusty. It was just so dusty in there. It was crazy. But Jeff, I was thinking about growing up in this show I used to watch, and this collection of individuals reminds me of the club they used to have on the show. Do you guys remember Red Green? No red green fans. Okay, well they used to have this like lodge where all these like guys would like meet up once a week. It was like a gentleman's club, and it was called Possum Lodge. They would all sit down and say this weird like pledge to the possums, and then they would begin sharing. It's awesome. Oh,
So
Bob Our Photos knows it. Robert knows it. Yeah, you guys know it. Yeah. You see, it's like Possum Lodging here. Yeah, Robert gets it. Yeah.
So
this
would
is
we look
Possum Lodge.
better? Would we look better if we were all smoking Cubans right now?
Oh, it's not that kind of show. The main guy repairs everything with duct tape. And he always says, woman can't find you handsome, but at least they'll find you handy.
Yeah, I had a neighbor years ago that thought that every house repair was fixed with duct tape.
Yeah.
Gutters, siding,
Yeah.
you name it.
Fine for the handyman's secret weapon.
It was,
Duct tape.
it
No,
was
that's camera
pretty,
gear.
it was pretty
Camera gear
bad.
duct tape.
It was pretty bad looking.
Look at it coming from Jeff and Leslie.
But let's see. Once again, I got to catch up with the chat a little bit here. So, yeah, Chuck, I'm going to call you next week, my friend. So be prepared for an unsolicited phone call, and I'm going to try to coerce you to come on the panel next Saturday. Because I mean, you just have that look, my friend, and we haven't seen that look in a little while, so we miss it. You have to once in a while tease us, and
We miss his hair.
we got to see the haircut, right? We got to see the AP Studios sign in the background lit up, all that stuff kind of recharges our batteries a little bit and keeps us going for the next show.
And
Something to look
if
forward to.
when the Z6 III get released, I don't want to show without Chuck.
No.
Well, there's a
We-
few people that have got them.
See, this is why I've never heard of the show if it's a Canadian show. I mean, the only thing I ever watched when I was a kid that was from Canada was Rocky and Bullwinkle.
Hey, Rocky, pull a rabbit out of your hat. Yeah. Well, Jeff, that was, I think, Jim Carrey back in the late 90s. He did a bit, and he had just moved to the US, like from Canada. And he said, man, I used to hate telling Americans I was from Canada because they'd look at me and they go, Canada, it's cold up there. Yes, it is a cold and barren wasteland. Me and my best friend Tanuk built ourselves igloos to protect ourselves from flying hockey pucks. Now let me tell you the story of the talking moose and flying squirrel. Hey, Rabbity, pull a rabbit out of my hat.
See, I feel bad for you guys because all the weather forecasters in the United States blame you guys for our bad weather. Because it's always, what they do is they use you as an excuse for their poor meteorological skills because they probably only are correct less than 50% of the time. So the 51% of the time they're wrong, they'll just say, a unexpected cold front came down from Canada, or something else came down from Canada, or the smoke from the fires came down from Canada, or, it's always, something happened that came here from Canada. So I feel sorry that so many meteorologists feel like they can just kind of use you guys as an excuse.
What was that program when we were kids? Or this guy that it was in a Canadian policeman, a mountain man police, or
Canadian
whatever.
Mountie.
Yes,
Yeah,
I remember that has a husky dog, and he was always rescuing people. That was in the 60s, right?
Yeah.
What's the name of that show?
They had quite a few shows like that.
Yeah.
Well, they had Rin Tin Tin, they had Lassie, they had
They weren't Canadian though.
and then the airplane. What is that?
Sky Commander or something.
Yeah, something like that. All right.
Like that.
So that they had all those type of shows where they had the sidekicks as animals. So I used to watch those.
Yeah,
Well, it's
Dudley
funny-
Do-Right of the Mounties. That was the cartoon.
Yeah.
Exactly.
There you go.
Well, and even the border as well, going between here and Montana. Like my old man went on a fishing trip years ago. And on the way down, they were like checking for firearms and all this stuff. And he's like, oh man. And on the way back, the Canadian border guys were checking for firewood.
Yeah.
And hooch. They always look for hooch.
Go to Texas and make sure you've got enough firearms.
let's see how many people we got. 24 people in the house, which is our kind of our mean. That's kind of our average. I'm going to do a Randall's down the road here. Randall will talk a little bit about his recent journey. Gustavo, did you update your table for later?
Yes.
So Gustavo's going to do. We'll have a discussion with Gustavo where he's going to share. Do a quick like a wish list of features. Say that 10 times fast. Wish list of features for future Nikon cameras, or what we may wish we had on our cameras now that we don't have. I'm going to do a short presentation on Willets, which is a combination of just general information about that particular bird, some still photos, and what I think you'll find is a very between the photos and the a short video clip, you'll see some interesting behavior. I'll leave it at that. Some things that make you wonder, like, is this like normal? Because I don't know that bird well enough to know whether what I saw was normal or not. I'm assuming it was kind of like a mating ritual of some kind, but I'm not 100% sure. Those of you who may be more familiar with that species can obviously comment in afterwards and we share your opinion. I'm going to start, though, with kind of a bit of a rant. And obviously, we'll be talking about some of the Fuji cameras that got announced. We're going to talk a little bit. We're going to start off with a rant about the Canon R1. In a polite rant. I mean, you know, we all have our moments where we pick on another brand, but you should know me well enough to know that I've shot with almost every brand, not all, but an awful lot of different brands. And I always say, if you can't get good pictures with what's out there now, the camera is not the problem. Okay, the problem is who you see when you're looking into the mirror, you know. Now we're going to talk about, or I'm going to kind of go on a mini rant about the Canon announcing having a development announcement on the R1. Now, my commentary is, if you consider what they did with their press release development announcement, I think it was kind of a shame what they did. I watched a lot of other content creators who did video clips on that official announcement. And to me, it was great storytelling without much substance. And now, why do I sound a little cynical here? Well, Canon users have been waiting over 2 years for this camera. And when they first started talking about doing this camera, the advertising for it was basically implying that this camera was going to be the camera that end all other cameras, and everything else was going to kind of be junk compared to this camera when it came out. And if that's what happens, I'm okay with that. Okay, I really am, because unlike a myriad of people out there who were like just kind of like doing one of these, hoping Nikon was going to go belly up, I don't want to see any camera company go belly up, because
too many already.
Competition is good. Competition is good. You need it to prod all the other guys to continually improve their products. Okay. And as much fun as some people have had, myself to a little bit, talking about the A9 III and the global shutter and maybe being a little critical of that, I give Sony kudos for doing it. Okay, because somebody's got to be first. Somebody has to have some gonads or whatever you want to say to take a risk and try something out. And as we all know, in the history of everything, consumer products or whatever, things don't always work out. Just look at VHS versus Betamax, right? Somebody wins, somebody loses. Sometimes something takes off. Sometimes something doesn't take off. The A9 III was not marketed as a camera for everyone. It was marketed as a camera for certain people.
With
And
big pockets.
and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay. But you know, when you come out with years ago with an advertising campaign on the R1, you know, the camera, to beat all cameras, or I forget the exact words they used. It was very powerful. I hope they succeed in that, because otherwise they're going to have a lot of disappointed Canon owners, because their expectations, their bar is set very, very high at this point in time. Now, what doesn't go over well is they say that they're aiming for a 2024 release. Well, when you use a weasel word like that you're aiming, that doesn't make your base happy. The 2 years, and maybe this year they won't get anything either. You know, I mean, you're not being definitive. You're not showing that you have confidence that that enough confidence where you are willing to come out with a release date. That doesn't look good to your followers, to your people who love to have waiting for this camera for so long. Now, you put out an image of the front view of the camera, which was interesting because it basically had 4 function buttons, would appear to have 4 function buttons, 2 of them that were orientated. That would be easy to access if you were holding the camera horizontally, doing a horizontal shot, and 2 other buttons that would be convenient for you to use if you were shooting in the vertical mode. So that was kind of a neat trick. You know, the Z9's got 3 buttons, and the whole thing is, well, make the function 1 and function 3 be the same thing, so that when you go vertical, you know, you got all these recommendations on how to set up that function 3 button. And Canon's got, you know, 2 buttons one way and 2 buttons the other way. I think that's kind of a neat idea. Okay. And the front view of the camera looks gorgeous. No doubt. I mean, the camera looks very, very, very nice. Now they have to do that. I mean, I think they did what they did because they're going to have prototypes out in the field for the Olympic Games. They're going to have different, you know, probably cameras with different features in them, you know, have the pros try them out, iron out a few bugs, see what they like, what they don't like. But I mean, at this point in time, no, mechanically, the camera is going to be what the camera is going to be. You know, the only thing they're going to be able to change maybe is a suite or make modifications to firmware, you know, to maintain a feature or improve a feature or delete or add a feature type of thing. But I mean, hardware wise, they're pretty much locked in at this point. If they're within a year, you know, 6 to 8 months of releasing of the camera. Now, the problem is with what they did, it isn't what they said, it's what they didn't say. Okay, if you're Canon faithful, or even me, just a camera geek, okay, and you know, you have no statement on video specs, no statement on frame per second. You don't definitively say whether it has a global sensor or not, but I'll bet 99% of me says no. No comment about battery capacity, how long you can shoot video, will the camera overheat, will the camera not overheat, how many stops of IBIS do you have? Nothing like that. Does it use the quad focus technology that you keep hearing people bringing up every once in a while, that they're developing quad focus technology? What are the EVF specs? What's the rear screen specs? Is it going to have a flippy screen? You don't know the type of sensor. You don't know if it's BSI, stacked, or both. How many megapixels? Question mark. But we'll talk about that a little bit more in a minute. What's the base ISO range? Okay. What's the dynamic range? Is it better than what you had before? And we can go on and on and on. I could probably come up with 50 other things.
But like Jeff said, it's going to be better. That's what they say. It's going to be better.
Yeah.
Well, but what defines better? Like, that's so
Exactly.
Well,
right?
it better be more than better, because that's how they advertised it. I mean, if it's just like a few things better, a few things the same as the other guys, and maybe 1 or 2 things not as good as the other guys, I don't think it's going to be as well received as they want. But I am hoping for a positive outcome, because they've been working on it for a long time. So I'm not really bashing them. I'm just like saying, if I was waiting that long, I would want more. I would want the meat to go with the potatoes. I don't just want the potatoes. I want a little, toss me a bone so I know whether I'm getting a T-bone or a ribeye. Do something.
Well, it reminded me of that kid that is standing outside and the weatherman goes over. He says, "Hi, son, how are you today?" And then the kid just says, "Wouldn't you like to know, weather boy?" I felt like that's how Canon people felt when this went down. It's like, man, we'd be waiting 2 years for this thing. It's going to be a rocket ship and we're going to be able to flex on everyone. Yeah. And then they're just like, yes, it exists. Great. What exists?
Now, yeah. Now, some people that talked in depth, and did discussions about this camera. They read off basically the sheet. And for those of you who didn't read the announcement, I'm going to share with you what the announcement said. They just say newly developed image processor accelerator. They're putting in an accelerator chip in addition to the pre-existing Digit X processor. So all that's saying is they're putting in another chip so they can take some of the burden away from the processor and make things faster. So it's going to be, so the system with these processors and a new CMOS sensor, which we don't know what it's going to be per se, is going to enable a large volume of data to be processed at high speeds and deliver never before seen advancements in autofocus and other functions. So my commentary is, sounds like high speed data throughput like a Z9. So you don't need a global shutter. That's my opinion. Yes. Not going to be global shutter. It's just going to be really, really fast.
Well, the R3 is pretty fast, so it should be.
Yeah. Is it going to be faster than a Z9? Well, I would hope so, because they knew who the competition was. If it's not faster than a Z9, I think people are going to be a little bit like, hey, what the heck's going on here? It should be considerably more, I would think, than a Z9 or an A1. That's just my opinion, or it's not going to go over real well. Then they go on to say, combining new image processing system and deep learning technology to an advanced degree, Canon has achieved high speed and high accuracy subject detection, been improved in team sports where multiple subjects intersect the target subject, where you can continuously track that target subject even if another player passes in front of them. Well, other cameras kind of have what they call, Nikon has what they call your blocked autofocus response. Okay, you make an adjustment to that. So the autofocus does not, when something passes in front of your main subject, it doesn't just quickly switch to that other subject that went by it. So now, if it's just that capability, that already exists. But if the camera is actually determining on its own, what that response should be, then that is an advancement, and that would be a good thing. Okay, so time will tell. Now, they use the term, AI. Everybody uses the term AI too much, and it's not AI. I wish they'd stop doing that. It personally has caused me to lose the few hair follicles I had left on my head. It's really irritating. But anyway, everybody's got to bring that up now. The system's going to determine if a subject is performing a certain action, like if they're getting ready to shoot the basketball, then it's going to change its focus ahead of time, predicting that guy's ready to shoot the basketball. Well, it's funny. Decades ago, Minolta came out with what they called a predictive autofocus system. Remember that, Roy? They called it predictive autofocus. That was 20 plus years ago. So, okay. So we'll see how predictive this is.
I think the Canon just needs to be a really rugged camera for pros. It's got that's all it needs to be. A really good, solid camera.
Yeah. Now, some people, and Gustavo's going to talk about this a little bit later on, is they're talking about doing image noise reduction within the camera itself. Some people may like that. Some people may not. I'm going to reserve commentary on that until Gustavo does his discussion later on in the show. And then they just go on to say that they're going to expand the EOS R lineup of what they call fascinating cameras and lenses to meet the demands of the photography and video culture. Now, I anticipate that this is going to be a fantastic camera, and I may be totally wrong. I don't know. But due to the fact it's taken so long, and due to the fact that they had aggressive marketing early on, making this thing look like it's going to walk on water, it kind of better. Otherwise, they're going to have a little bit of a problem. But I think, you know, when people have to wait that long, they should have thrown out some specs. I think that's a mistake. I think that's a mistake. Now I'm not going to get into this part too deep, but for those of you who follow Simon from Ordinary Filmmaker, he had a whole bunch of videos that he did, and I had done a screen capture of this when I saw it. Adorama had put out briefly on their website a list of specs that were not part of this general conversation that Canon had with the world here, and they put out what people assumed were actual like leaked specs from the camera. And I'm not going to get in. I'm only going to say one of the things they talked about, and this has been talked about long before, is from those who like to try to predict the future, thinking that this camera is going to be a 30 megapixel camera. Now, if it is a 30 megapixel camera,
It could be.
which it could be, is this really just like a supercharged R3?
Yes.
You know, is that going to be a disappointment? Is that really what you want to call flagship camera, a 30 megapixel camera? It might be treading on some little difficult times. I don't know if that's I think the R5 II, they were already saying, is going to be a 45 megapixel stacked BSI sensor. And it's very possible that the R5 II ends up being more of the higher end camera than the R1. Who knows? Time will tell. But I'm not going to get into everything that was quote unquote leaked. But today, Simon came out with a video called "Correcting the Record: Adorama's Alleged R1 Spec Leak." And Adorama apparently contacted him to state that those specs were incorrect due to a technical error. This information magically popped up on their screen. Ignore it. So in a nutshell, we have the Canon announcement, and that's really it. No real specs revealed, nothing validated. And Simon goes on to say the specs were identical, and I don't know who this person is. It's just someone who tries to predict the future. He says the specs are identical to somebody calls themselves E8Ms, unvalidated spec assumptions. Someone who hasn't been, I guess, overly accurate in the past. Some real specs he's assuming that'll be leaked out in the upcoming weeks as pros start to get their hands on these cameras in preparation for the Olympics. But it's really, really, the game you play is trying to be like Johnny Carson with the Swami hat on his head, you know, trying to predict the future. Is kind of like a real dangerous job. Because you could get burned really, really easy if you're not careful about what you spit out of your mouth, and your sources aren't very good or what have you. Now, the funniest R1 video, and it didn't come from me. I didn't do an R1 video, was Matt Granger's video, because it lasted 45 seconds long. So if you want to get a laugh, I almost was tempted to show it to you, but I'm not going to. I'm going to make you look for it, so you can't say that I'm directing you and being nasty or anything, but it was kind of funny. You got to take it in jest. It was kind of funny. 45-second video. He says, I'm going to share with you all the information about the R1, and it was 45 seconds long.
Wonder it lasted that long.
Yeah, but
it
was what's that?
Was it a short?
No,
Very short.
It just happened to be 45 seconds long.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But it was kind of, now what I'm seeing is a trend. I'm starting to see a different trend. This is my opinion, okay? And then you guys can my opinion. And you guys can. I want you guys to then take over the conversation here and throw out your opinion. Is I'm almost starting to see a trend with lower megapixel cameras with higher frame rates. So instead of a megapixel war, quote unquote, I think it's starting to turn into a frames per second war. And so obviously, if it's a 30 megapixel camera, it's going to be able to do, a higher frame rate than an A1 or a Z9 or whatever. But the thing is that where people don't think for a couple seconds is obviously you've got a lot less data on a 30 megapixel file than you do a 45 megapixel file. Okay, so you're not comparing apples to apples, but people are going to look at these fast frame rates and they're going to go, wow. But they're not going to, and they're going to say, wow, that camera is better than the A1, or that camera is better than the Z8 or the Z9 or the Panasonic S5 or, blah, blah, blah. But you got to put everything in context, right? Because you're going to have some things that are going to be better. You're going to have some things, I'm sure, that are going to be kind of like similar, and maybe one or two things you don't like. Because I haven't found talked to one person in my lifetime that has found what they call the perfect camera, where they can't come up with a small list of things that they'd like to see better on that brand new camera.
Z8's pretty close.
But
so John's issue is putting some arguments that are somewhat different from the point that you're making, Jeff, which I mean, he had good points, we understand, but I think the point that you're still making is, why do you call this your flagship? Why do you make it that this is the ultimate camera? It fits the niche of the photojournalists, the people that, the professionals that are sending through the wires. I agree with John, but is that the camera that you're going to say, this represents Canon? Because the R1 is supposed to be the camera that represents Canon.
Yeah. It's kind of like if for Chevrolet, the Corvette is their pinnacle technology car.
Yes.
And you all of a sudden, and then you come out with what's probably the next tier down, and you come out with a Camaro instead.
Exactly.
And you don't come out now, since I don't know if people have heard this, supposedly Chevrolet announced they're not going to be making any more Camaros. So for those of you who don't want one, you better go out and buy one now, because supposedly they're not going to make any more Camaros, which is a shame of a pity, as they say, because the Mustangs are still out there. And for those of us old enough, it was always the Mustang versus Camaro wars when we were younger in our youth. So to lose the Camaro brand will be a real sad thing.
I prefer to go around corners.
Then you have to go to the Dodge Challenger.
Yeah, but John, I mean, they are not. I know what you're saying about but they're not giving you enough detail to know how much emphasis they're doing on photojournalism side versus sports and wildlife yet. I mean, because they were trying to make this camera out from day one that it was going to basically be a cross-platform type of camera. It wasn't going to be a specialty camera. So, I mean, if it ends up being a specialty camera, that's fine. But I think people are just looking for something that really sets the bar high for like everything, So we'll have to see what they come out with. And unfortunately, I just think it's bad marketing when people have waited so long. I mean, even Nikon, when they started their ad campaign, they shared more information. They showed more pictures, and they didn't put all the specs out at once. It was a typical teaser campaign. They put out a handful of specs, whet your appetite. Then a little bit more came out, and then the whole thing came out. But when people waited this long, and you basically get a press release that people are trying to read into and put their own narrative and their own spin on it to either to either knock it down or build it up. It doesn't really matter. It's just prevent that from happening. You know, put out a few things that are, you know, at least put out the processor that you're going to have in it, that type of thing. And what's dangerous with the whole YouTube community and the what I want to call it, the I guess an example of things. We all know that Nikon, and John would know this happened. Nikon got the crap beat out of them for a long time. They were getting kicked in the mouth by everybody, right? So when the Z6 came out, they got kicked in the mouth because, you know, it only had one card slot. Okay. You thought the world was going to come to the end because it only had one card slot. Well, the funny thing is, then the ZF comes out and it has it has two card slots, although one of them is micro SD and one of them is SD, but it has two. Technically, it has two. But all the anger about, oh, it's so horrible to have a camera with only one card slot, but to show how unfair it is or how convoluted it is, do you hear anybody complaining about the new Fuji X100 version 6 that only has, you know, that has one card slot? Is everybody yelling at Fuji that they have cameras that have one card slot? Nobody says boo, right? But when it was Nikon, the world was coming to an end. But anybody else that does the same thing gets a free pass. That's the beef. That if you're someone who likes a Nikon brand, it's like, okay, if you want to knock a certain feature on a Nikon, you have every right to do so. But if somebody else does the same exact thing and nobody says anything about it, it's like, what's wrong with this picture? What's wrong with this picture? Doesn't really add up, you know, because I like Fuji. Okay. I like Fuji cameras. And I think for most people, the world is not going to end if you have one card slot. And the thing is, a lot of their cameras, they cater a lot of their cameras to professional street photography use, right? So one could say, if you want to beat up on this one card slot, well, do people who make a profession doing street photography, is their profession any less important? Where maybe they want a backup of a file too. Maybe they want to have a RAW and a JPEG file, or maybe they want to duplicate the file on a second card, but nobody says nothing about that, you know. But you know, we don't know that for the most part, these cards are very robust that we use. They're very reliable. The odds that you're going to have one crap out on you is kind of rare, very rare. And one card slot for a very high percentage of people probably really isn't a big deal, but you know, it turned into a big deal when you know, that's all I'm saying.
Well, the only two things I have to say about it is, like, I'm seeing more people turning in their A1s and replace it with the A9 III. You also have to look at, if you're shooting what per second, 30 shots per second, those are a lot of files. So the smaller file sizes are easier to manage. You may not be able to crop, but you can still crop some. But how many times you shoot something and you want 30 pictures? Usually I do like 5 or 6 and leave it at that.
I think more it's a Sony culture than the camera itself. Sony people like to have the newest one.
Yeah, it's if I did a lot of outdoor flash photography, something like that, you know, and that was my bailiwick. That's what I hung my hat on, to do, you know, portrait photography with a lot of strobes and a lot that type of setup. Then that may be the perfect camera.
Cheaper to get bigger flash,
to use, you know. But for an overall camera that can do everything very well, I personally would rather have the A1.
Yeah, you see, So, you know, at the camera store, they got it used for about $5,000. And I'm just still holding out for the Z6 III. I want that thing to come out because a lot of people are tired of waiting and they're going to get something else.
I think they're building up stocks.
That's what I
I think
did.
they're around.
Well,
I know a couple of people that claim to have them, but I haven't seen it myself.
the thing
I
is,
can't
I
go visit
mean,
them right now to bother them.
I don't want to poo-poo on the Z6 III because, you know, I mean, we've all seen the list of specs that have been out for a long time from Nikon rumors and got tweaked 2 or 3 times, and they're still out there. But the thing is, how I look at it, if you're a Z8 or a Z9 owner, and if you own both of those cameras, I don't know that you're going to, I don't care how good the Z6 III is, I don't know that you're going to buy it. I think the people that are going to buy it are going to be the ones that want a camera at a more reasonable price point that is an excellent camera. And I anticipate it just like the Canon R1. I expect in the end it's going to be an excellent camera. I expect the Z6 III to be an excellent camera for its price point. But I don't think people are going to be ditching their Z8s and their Z9s to get one. Now, if they own one or the other and they want a second camera body, they don't want to spend as much money to buy a redundant Z8 or a redundant Z9, then they may jump at that camera because it may be more than adequate for a second camera for them. But I don't think people are going to be like, you know, trading in their Z8s and their Z9s to get a Z6 III. I think people are going to be getting rid of their Z6s and they may be going from a Z50 or whatever and moving up to a Z6 III. And I think they're going to get a pretty substantial amount of people that are going to buy that camera when it comes out.
It'll be popular for sure.
But it's the same thing. People have been, I mean, I think the rumors are that it may come out this month, or, you know, we'll see. There's I think I got a commentary here that I saw was, let me see, let me find it. I got
Jeff, while you're looking for that, I'm going to sign off for tonight. I got to run.
Okay, Joe, you take care. So you're home, obviously. You know, how long were you in New York for?
I was there for a week, but I was only really able to do anything for 2 days because I got immensely bad food poisoning on day 3. Oof. So it was like day 1, day 2, projectile vomiting, dying, 3 days. Oh, yay, sunlight. Fly back to Calgary.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, and it's a bummer because I had this whole video shoot planned at George Motz's restaurant. He's the burger scholar from First Week Feast. He has this new restaurant he opened, and I was going to go shoot with him, but like I was dying. So like messaged him, was like, "Hey man, I don't think it's going to pan out this time." He's like, "Come back in August." I was like, "Okay, well, we'll see." I don't know if I'm going to be there in August, but it was good. But good to be back and just gearing up for that street photography course now at the camera store. It's going to be a hoot, but I'm keep telling Neville, I'm like, tell them to bring 1 or 2 lenses. I don't want some guy showing up with every piece of glass he owns. So, yeah. J.R., I did not go to the Japanese festival in New York City, but that would have been cool. That would have been very cool. I have never attended a Japanese festival in New York.
Did you camp at B&H?
Yeah, right. Yeah, try to convince them to sponsor it or something. But awesome, guys. Well, hey, have a great weekend and a great week, y'all. Nice seeing you. And Roy, great to see you back in the chair with lots of sass. I see the sass is returning, which is good. Yes. We need that.
Yes. The attitude is back.
Exactly, right. We need someone to challenge Jeff. Jeff's gonna say one thing, then Roy has to be there to.
No, Roy will kick me right where it hurts if I screw up, and I'll feel it all the way from Australia.
He's got a big boot.
Yeah, they'll end up shaped like that after you kick me a few times.
He's gonna drive his burrito into you. All right. Good night, guys. Have a good night.
Bye, Joey.
Yeah. See ya.
Yeah, this is and here's like this is along the lines that John is talking about from Mookie here. You know, obviously, you know, an adequate sensor size, but you know, not going overboard and smaller files. Everything's quicker. And let's face it, you don't need a 45 megapixel camera to have your
Depends on the
image
use.
on a an 8x12 magazine cover or whatever. You could get away with a lot. You got magazine covers with 24 megapixel cameras. You had magazine covers with 16 megapixel cameras. So if you got a 30 megapixel camera, that's more than enough for anything that's going to go in a magazine. If you're getting into selling fine art or something, then maybe that would be a different story. You'd want higher resolution. But I mean, for a magazine cover, you don't need 45 megapixels. Especially like John says, Sports Illustrated or something, you gotta move files quick. You gotta move files quick.
And all that is true, correct?
Yeah.
But one thing for sure, it takes a lot of effort to write up a development announcement that says so little. So the PR person there, fantastic job.
Yeah. Yes.
A lot of words, nothing in message.
Yeah, like Captain Leslie says, a lot of camera specs are like horsepower ratings on cars. It's great if the car can stop and turn. Yeah, I mean all the cars that people got when I was in high school were all muscle cars. Okay, they were great in a straight line. You put them on the 24 hours of Sebring track, they'd all be racked into a wall because they couldn't turn worth a darn. You know what I'm saying? So do you want the high horsepower monster that can beat anybody in a quarter mile, or you want the car that can handle in the turns and like a slot car, right? It's all on your preferences, right? What you like.
Go European.
Yeah. Yeah, on a European road, you probably couldn't fit a Camaro on it because they're so narrow. You have to have a Fiat. You got to have a Fiat or an old.
What's your language?
Mini Cooper.
What's your language?
Right. I had a Mini Cooper. I loved it. It was a great car. Not the original one. I had the modern Mini Cooper, but it was a fun car. And I did somehow fit in it, believe it or not. And that was only a few years ago. David Stewart, 65 Mustang. Yeah, my buddy has a 65 Mustang. And this is
not great handling.
Fell is saying no matter how much they hype the new camera, I won't be buying any more for some time. My photography skills and clientele has to get better before I spend money.
Yeah, that's usually the problem, isn't it?
Yeah, if I was using income as a driver for buying anything photographic, I wouldn't own a camera at all. I wouldn't own a camera at all. And here's John iterating his point here. R1 is for working wire photographers. Like I said, I got to see really if they're catering to that group or not. I mean, they mention it, but they're also mentioning, sports and wildlife. Well, wildlife photographer isn't wiring his pictures to anybody. But so I'm just saying, how many is it a focused on one or two genres of photography, or is it an all-rounder? I don't really know because they're not telling you nothing. They're not telling you a lot.
I think it has to be a sports specialist camera.
Yeah, I mean, if the 30 megapixel sensor is going to be true, then I mean, it's just to me, it's going to be a supercharged, and it's a very pretty looking camera. I mean, it looks very ergonomically friendly, very nice. I mean, it's going to be a supercharged R3, is what it's going to be.
Yeah. Needs to be a bit more rugged, though.
Yeah, I think the R5.
Some of the new Canons are not that rugged anymore. I missed that.
Well, that was a knock that I never said it, and I don't know if it's true or not, but there were those in the YouTube community that felt that the robustness of the camera of the Canon cameras had gone in a negative direction.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
Now I cannot render an opinion on that because I have not owned a Canon camera in a long time. I mean,
I haven't owned one, but for a while, but I've used them, and they're not as rugged as they used to be. which needs to come back.
Yeah.
But the point that you make, that is a very good one, is we want a camera that will wow everything so that we get to the next type of new camera, new set. And a niche camera is not going to do that, correct?
Yeah.
It's like the global shutter. If you get the global shutter, 45 megapixel, then I say, okay, that's a big jump, correct? But
I
anyway,
mean, I'm still a big proponent of continue to improve autofocus, because there's still things that need to be improved by everybody.
But you're a birder.
But improve the dynamic range, get your ISO, your base ISO as low as you can get it, reduce the noise, not artificially, in my opinion, not artificially reducing the noise, but creating a sensor, creating the electronics within the camera that result naturally in having less noise in your
A
images.
lot of that's keeping the camera cool. Small bodies generate more heat. Bigger bodies stay cooler.
so
Well,
Jeff,
they're saying that the Z6 III is supposed to be bigger than the ZF, just a little bit smaller.
I think
than
it's going
the
to be very
Z6.
similar.
Well, it'll. I wouldn't be surprised if it has whereas the ZF has to, if you're putting anything of any length on it, you really got to buy the optional grip. I'm gonna jump out on a wing and say that the Z6 III is going to have a decent built-in grip on it. You're not going to have to buy a third-party grip to put on the camera, but I may be proven wrong on that one.
Marcus with base.
Maybe the bump is a little bit more pronounced on the Z6.
They got two images now of Z6 III. So where they have the for the ZF, the emblem, that's where the Z6 III is located now, on the other side of where it used to be on the left-hand side. Well, if you're looking at the cameras
on the right-hand side, looking at it from the front. Yeah. And this is Rakesh. This is he says he said for those that are drooling over 600 f4 TC, which everybody drools over that lens, 11.2K Nikon USA refurb site. But and Fel, this is a more interested in lenses for now, improving his photography skills. Yeah, I mean, I'm good with the bodies I have right now, and I have invested in glass. I have been investing in glass.
Bodies outdate, glasses forever.
Yeah. Here's the marry the glass, love the body. John's saying Canon's dominated in sports for speed to get the image through to the editors.
Yeah. I respect that Canon makes their own sensors. You got to love them for that.
agree.
I think the cameras are good. It's just the marketing that really
That's what they used to say about Nikon.
Well, Nikon just keeps quiet, so you don't know what's coming. Sony's like that too, but they shock you because they keep putting out stuff, one right after the other. They just don't upgrade the firmware. And I think they're finally starting to do that now because a lot of people are complaining.
Well, here, John, I'm going to disagree with you. You say marketing expectations for the general public is not their goal. Well, it should be, because reality is, for any of these cameras that come out, the amateurs and the serious non-professionals are the bread and butter for these camera companies. If they were just selling cameras to the pros, they would be out of business. They would not sell enough camera bodies and enough lenses to exist. So to not market to the public, because if it's going to be a niche product, I mean, and we're assuming it's going to be a niche product based on your conversation with us here, but there are a lot of people that aren't pros that will still buy a niche product. You can't just sell to it's kind of like the camera market, it's improving slightly, but I mean, due to cell phones or whatever, the market's dropped so much in terms of the sales that you can't keep putting out multiple cameras every 3 or 4 years, like religion, if you don't sell enough. So, I mean, I think you have to market it to everybody. You can't just.
Yeah, but I think the R1's going to be a very special pro level camera just for sports events and things like that.
I think it's going to be a little scary when the price tag comes out too.
Yeah, has to be.
Yeah.
But the people that are buying them won't care about the price.
Well, yeah, if you're making a living with the camera, that gets absorbed in your costs. It becomes part of your costs. Yeah, Fel, the third-party lenses, the Voigtlanders are very nice lenses.
Voigtlander.
Voigtlander. Yeah, they're nice lenses. I mean, didn't they just come out with an autofocus one, right? They just came out with an autofocus one.
About time.
Yeah.
I like manual lenses too, but I don't want to work with them. Manual lenses are for when you're off work and enjoying yourself.
And I kind of agree with this statement. I mean, the existing Z50 is what's that term they used to use? Long
Obsolete.
on the tooth, I guess.
Obsolete.
Yeah, it doesn't match up well with the competition anymore. It needs to get supercharged or go away, one or the other.
Well, they had rumors earlier with 2 cameras. One was the Z90 or ZH, and then the other one was the Z6 III. So I haven't heard anything about the Z90 or ZH, but with the Z6 III, I think they'll come out short. Hopefully,
yes. Has to. It's already in the hands of some people. They're probably just fiddling with it. There's also a ZS rangefinder on the rumors. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, the old, which sells for a lot of money. There is the the S2, S series rangefinder cameras were very hot in their day. They were very competitive with Leica.
I'm ready.
I mean, Roy is ready to definitely vocally disagree if Nikon does a rangefinder camera.
So the question, Jeff, is for your second rant about the paying for subscription on the software.
Yes. Like now the other Simon discussion. I mean, if Canon goes this camera body subscription route, which according to some they're considering, where they sell you a camera and it could put several scenarios may happen with that. One theoretical conversation is that they're going to dumb the camera down, and if you want the higher end features, you got to pay a monthly subscription, and or you will be paying the monthly subscription so that you will get firmware updates. Either one or both of those scenarios, I think, will be the worst decision Canon ever makes if they do that.
They will go into the long list of retired cameras.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing for a software company to do it, and I don't mind paying for the Adobe subscription plan, and I'll tell you why, is because for those of you who bought Photoshop when it first came out, it was like $1,000. It was really
called display.
And then they would always come out with updates to it, and you were paying hundreds of dollars for these updates. It's just like Microsoft Office. Okay, when you had Microsoft Office at work or whatever, or at home, they'd come out with they wouldn't often come out with a Microsoft Office update. They'd come out with one part of what was in Office would be updated. So you'd get hit with a fee if you want to updated Word. Then you'd get hit 6 months later. They updated Excel. Then they'd hit you again. Oh, they updated PowerPoint. You'd get hit again. So I don't mind paying my $10 or whatever a month to Adobe because I'm always getting the updates, and I'm not paying hundreds of dollars for them. I mean, I'm paying $100+ a year, but that's still a lot cheaper than what it used to be. But if I got to start paying fees for hardware purchases,
Madness.
no.
It's madness.
That's like insane. That's insane.
I hate paying the update for Adobe each month.
Exactly.
It's bad enough.
Yeah. And Wayne, yeah, I mean, let's be honest here with the younger generation with Nikon is the reason why Nikon is not necessarily a fluent discussion among young people. It's plain and simple. These are the PlayStation. This is the PlayStation generation. Okay, these are the ones that have the PS4s and get the PS5s and then buy the high-end Sony TV to display their video games on. And so Sony is ingrained in their mind. That brand is ingrained in their mind from other consumer products that Sony makes. So when they get that, when it pops in their head that they want to get a camera, they just automatically say, "Well, I got a Sony TV and I got a Sony,
Stereo.
DVD player, and I got a Sony this and a Sony that."
Hmm.
I've always had good luck with those, and they just go and they buy a Sony. They don't necessarily do a comparison. To them, it's just like, someone that always wore Levi jeans. You can have 50 other jean companies out there, but if they always had Levi's when they were a kid, they probably are still wearing Levi's now. It's just, and not that it's better, not necessarily that it's the best, but they're comfortable with that decision, and that's what they're going with. And you can't. The only way, whether it be Canon or Nikon, could pull some market share away from Sony is what Nikon was trying to do, and what we saw some videos of what they were trying to do, where they were going to, people that, let's say, do kind of a YouTube cooking show from their kitchen, how to make this, how to make that, and they were trying to give Nikon cameras to some content creators. Let them use those cameras, and they probably gave them those cameras in the end, and so that they could then use it for their content for their YouTube channel. And they would talk about, I got this, I got a chance to use this Nikon brand XYZ camera, and I used it, and I really like it. And then they get some more people involved. That's really the only thing they can do is they have to show up, and they have to show up, and they have to get these cameras in the hands of young people, not people like me. They got to get it in the hands of the kids that are in middle school, high school. They got it. I mean, I know, you get kids now, they know how to use a phone. By the time they're 3 years old, they know how to use a phone better than you or I do. Right? They know how to use an iPhone better than you or I know how to use our phone, at our age. So you got to get it into these kids' hands early when they're young. And that's the only way you're going to get your brand, like, at least as an option in their mind of something that they would consider buying. Otherwise, you're giving that market away to the other guy.
But going back to the issue of subscription, if they do that, I suspect they're going to get a big backlash, okay? Because the people of our generation that choose Canon are going to be so pissed off that it's unbelievable, correct? I mean, Jeff and Leslie were mentioned that BMW apparently tried some of that, which in a car is even more crazy, and they got a big, backlash, and they had to abandon that idea.
Well, the thing is that Canon already gave themselves a black eye when they kind of blocked third-party lens manufacturers for making lenses for the R mount.
Look at all the problems that we have with the cartridges, okay, and the printer companies having to use their cartridges. That's a scam, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I think.
Well, and then you have to have the internet too in order to get any information that work the printer.
Exactly. No. One of the reasons that you said, Jeff, that we should not print that much is because I guarantee you 10, 15 years ago, we all had printers capable of doing good photograph reproduction in printer with good inks. But when they try all these ink cartridges scam, we say don't print anymore. Right?
Yeah.
All right.
They're selling these printers at a loss.
Exactly.
To make their money on the ink.
Exactly.
Well, it was kind of like even Kodak Kodak didn't care about making a lot of money on their cameras in the day because they had to market. They got everybody to buy their proprietary, like with the Instamatics, right? You got they're the ones that made the film cartridges to go in there, and they made their money on film developing. They didn't care if the camera if they lost a few bucks on each camera. They got it back right away. They got it back the first time the person sent a roll of film in to get developed. They got the money back.
Another time that was fine, but people get wise and then they say, "I'm not going to fall for this." So I think if they go for the subscription, wow, man, I will be. I mean, I would be seriously pissed off if I were a Canon shooter.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and now here's the scary part. Let's say they do it, and they lose 10% of their customers. They'll probably still be making money. They probably right now all sitting there calculating out how many people can they lose and still make money by doing that. And the scary part is if they chose to do it. And if they consider it viable a year down the road and they don't change the way they do things, then the other camera companies are going to jump on board and do the same thing. Because if it succeeds and Canon's revenue goes up, they lose some people, but their revenue still goes up because of the subscription plan. It doesn't go away within a year as being a bad business decision. Then all the other camera companies are going to say, well, if it worked for them, it'll work for us, and they'll do the same. They'll all hop on board, do the same thing, and then we all get to be miserable together, no matter what brand of camera we have. We all get to join into the circus, right, and not be very happy.
Yeah, but with the cameras as good as they are today, there's a good chance that you stay with your old camera.
It's hard to find a bad camera these days.
Yeah.
I apologize for not swearing and jumping up and down. And yeah, you know what I find interesting about Leicas, and I mean, I have a Leica copy, which for all intensive purposes, from what I've read, is as good as the Leica itself from that era. And people that own them, most will admit it doesn't necessarily take better pictures than some of the other brands, but it's about the quote unquote how it feels in your hand. How
camera bling.
It's all they try to make it like they say it's an experience, which
this is an experience.
See, I'm celebrating. It's an experience.
Certainly is for your wallet.
Yeah,
Exactly.
You gotta go like that.
see how
Yeah.
now see, now it's not doing it right. You got to have your
But you
fingers.
gotta do this. There you go.
Oh, that's the other one.
Oh, that's the other one. Okay.
The balloons are this, but if you don't have your fingers out, confetti.
Oh, okay, that's confetti. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, But yeah, I mean, if you love a Leica, you love a Leica. I'm going to knock you for that. You know,
They're good cameras, but they're so expensive.
the lenses are gorgeous. The lenses are great glass. You're paying
Not
for it.
all of them. Some of the early ones are pretty crappy.
You know, if you can afford it, then ain't nothing wrong with nobody. I don't have a right to tell anybody how to spend their money. Spend it any way you want.
As long as you enjoy using the camera.
Enjoy using the camera. Yeah.
So what about the Fuji announcements?
Okay, so
new
now,
one.
yeah, so let's dive into Fuji now. Give me a second here to bring up my my next round of discussion, which won't be a rant. This one won't be a rant because in this case, these things are released. These things are pre-order. These things are real. The specs are real. They're not. You don't have to try to guess what they mean in the paragraph. You don't get to be editorizing it and making up stuff. You know, it's on paper, man. You can go. It's on paper. So, you know, Fuji.
I like that.
Yeah, that's when I don't mind talking about cameras. Is when you really have the data in front of you, and it's no fakery. It's no fakery. So they came out with an update to their GFX 100 camera. It's GFX 100 S2 medium format camera, and they're saying it's about the size of a full frame camera. Some of the features, it's got a new CMOS sensor, 102 megapixels. It's once again my least favorite word. It's AI driven autofocus with improved subject tracking and detection. Upgraded EVF to 5.6 million dots with 0.84 times magnification, which is higher than what they had in the previous version. Up to 8 stops of IBIS, and it has pixel shift multi-shot mode, which I believe they said is like for a 400 megabyte file for their pixel shift. It's got 16-bit raw recording, and the base ISO got lowered to ISO 80. It was, I don't know if it was 100 before, I think, maybe, but it was higher than 80. It's got 4K 30 video, 422, 10-bit ProRes, Blackmagic RAW. And it has what they're calling native frame IO camera to cloud functionality. So if you use the cloud, you can transfer your files quicker and easier from your camera to the cloud for your processing.
You need to with a medium format. It takes ages.
Yeah. So some of the differences, some of this will be differences from the previous model. It's now do 7 frames per second. The other one only did 5. It only weighs 1.95 pounds. That ain't bad.
Interesting camera.
Yeah. It has
good for landscapes.
What's that?
Good for landscapes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just like the old one.
Now it says it has face, eye, subject detection modes with improved autofocus tracking. Thanks to AI and machine learning, focuses down to minus 5.5 EV for working in low light. And it can detect animals, birds, insects, cars, motorcycles, naked people, bikes, trains, airplanes, and drones. I threw in the naked people one just to see if you guys are still awake.
Exactly.
I mentioned the 400 megapixel composite, multi-shot imagery, supports HEIF shooting, and then from what we understand, HEIF is just a higher grade of a JPEG. It's better than a JPEG. They added the Reala Ace film simulation to their film simulation modes. I already mentioned the ISO is now 80. Was 100 before. Now it's 80. 16-bit RAW files give you more dynamic range and less noise than the previous version. 5-axis image stabilization when shooting video handheld.
It's trying to be something it's not, I think.
Yeah, it's
It'd be nice if it was a really good landscape or studio camera.
So it's a $5,000 camera when you think about it.
Yeah.
You pay almost that for a Z9, right? 4,500. But of course, the lenses are going to be more money. Not in all cases. Some cases.
A lot more money and a lot bigger.
Now, at the same time, they announced. Speaking of more money, they announced a 500 millimeter f5.6 lens, which is equivalent in our world to a 396 millimeter lens. Let's just say 400 millimeter.
Only an angle of view.
Compatible with their 1.4 times teleconverter, and that lens is 3,500. But 3,500 isn't ridiculously priced because we many of us have paid more than that for Nikon glass. So you can easily pay more than $3,500 for a Nikon lens, especially if you're into the sports and wildlife arena.
And a 500 and a 500 for medium format for wildlife. I mean, that's interesting, correct? I mean,
Yeah.
Not long enough for wildlife, really.
Well, it's about
port size, but
no, I agree with you, Roy. But it's like the people that shoot wildlife with the 400 millimeter 2.8, correct, or the 400 4.5. This is kind of that range which large animals you can get
I
some.
don't understand what the purpose of that lens is, because most people that buy that camera won't be shooting wildlife.
Oh, I agree that is the I see that dichotomy of the situation here. They're creating a large format camera, which is interesting for, let's say, landscape and for sure, correct. But then they're giving you the possibility, if you want, to shoot with a telephoto, correct. So
yeah, it's an interesting lens choice. Let's put it that way. A very interesting lens choice to come out with the camera. It's definitely
most of Fuji glass is very good though.
Yes.
Some of their older glass is brilliant.
And it's 100, what did I say, 102 megapixels. Wow, that's a lot of cropping ability in that one.
A lot of, well, and the thing is, like, you look at the Leica camera that's out now, that's like 61 I think it's a 61 megapixel sensor thereabouts. See, they don't do what Nikon does with the file compression. Okay, so if you buy the Leica camera, it doesn't have file compression, so those files are gigantic that you're getting, and chewing up your slowing down your computer and sucking up your memory card and everything, because there's no compression on the files, and that's one of the reasons why, if I was seriously looking at buying a Leica camera, I'd be like, well, you don't have file compression. I don't want to deal with 61 megapixel images that don't have file compression on them. I don't want to have to go buy another new computer or another RAID system or whatever to support those file sizes. That's
the good thing here, Jeffrey, is that you probably missed that one, but and I think he already left. Mr. Ishii, down the discussions, mentioned that he's going to get one of those GFX 100 S2 and the 500. So we're going to see. That I was teasing him. You're going for wildlife, so. But he declared that he's going to get one of those Fujifilm and lenses.
I like it, but it's too specialized at GFX.
Yeah, well,
I wish it had shutters in the lenses like the Hasselblads.
I'm sure that he can use it on his Mongolia trip, correct? I mean, if you're going to, if you want to capture the best image possible of these eagle hunters, maybe that's the lens and camera that you need to use. So
I wouldn't think so. It's too clumsy. The GFX, you're better to have a full frame camera that's quick and dirty and does the job very well than a full frame that doesn't.
Probably agree, but let's give the benefit of the doubt to Mr. Ishii, and when he joined in one of these, we quiz him.
Yeah, Albert makes a good I'm like way behind. I'm like eons behind on the chat because I'm too busy blabbing my big mouth. Albert, this is Fuji makes good stuff. I mean, he said the growth rate 20%. Yeah, people act as if it's insignificant. Well, unfortunately, I think the camera manufacturers that make Micro Four Thirds and APS-C cameras get poo-pooed a lot, and they excuse my foul language. They get poo-pooed a lot. And if you're not doing real large prints, you could get you could get excellent images from these cameras. I've seen images from people, like normal size prints, 12 by 18 or that type of thing of wildlife or what have you from an Olympus camera, not necessarily the latest generation that came out, but the generation before, and they look fantastic. It's micro four thirds. They look really, really good. But if you're going to go make a 20 by 30 print or bigger, okay, then you might want to rethink things a little bit. It all depends on, as a certain a fellow YouTuber likes to say, it depends on your use case. That's a very good line that he uses, and it makes a lot of sense. It depends on your use case. But,
for Fuji, the fact that they decided to go to the stream, correct? Medium format and APC, and not try to compete in the middle. That was a clever business strategy. Okay.
Yeah. Greg's saying like I said, I'm still way behind, so I'm catching up. R1 feels like a D5, D6 competitor, like an R3 Mark II.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be a specialist camera.
But Mr. Ishii will have it, so we will hear his opinion.
Well, he's gonna get the Fuji. Now he just got a collector's edition that he talked about on his channel of the Fuji X100 version 6, and so that kind of leads me into the next Fuji camera that came out, because this is just my opinion. If I had to choose,
we need to say goodbye to bed to Chuck, who's going to bed.
Chuck, you're taking off. Have a good night, man. Glad to see you in the chat. I'm going to call you this coming week and try to coerce you to come on next Saturday night, at least for an hour before you go to bed.
Sleep with a 600 PF under your pillow. They'll give you nightmares.
Yeah. But talking about the X100 version 6, and of course, I mean, it's a hot item, to say the least. They cannot supply enough of those cameras. But to me, the new XT50 that they just put out, to me, is basically an interchangeable lens, very close to an interchangeable lens version of that camera. And me personally, I would rather have the ability of changing out lenses as needed, rather than having a 20, I think it's a 28 millimeter f2. Is that what's on the?
It's a good lens, but you're too limited.
Yeah, you're just stuck with that one choice. And so the XT50, it's got the same sensor that's in the X100 version 6. So the sensor isn't any different. And now, so some people, it's going to be a love it or hate it thing, because your dial that's on when you got the camera up to your eye, the dial on the top left-hand side isn't for changing modes anymore. It's not for changing frame rates anymore. You have to do that through the menu system, because what they did was they put all their film simulations on that dial. So you rotate that dial to change your film simulations. But if you want to change other things, you have to do that in the menu system. And some people absolutely hate that idea, and some people love that idea. So that'll be interesting to see how that pans out. Now, the simulations are like 20 of them, 20 presets. You supposedly can create your own custom film recipe. Simulations are only baked into the JPEG files. However, they said if you use Lightroom or Capture One, that can now read the film simulation data. And if you're shooting in RAW, it'll automatically apply that film simulation data when you import the file during post-processing, if you're using those two apps. So it shoots the 6.23K 30p, 4K 60, 422 10-bit. Here we go again. AI-driven autofocus with improved subject tracking and detection. 7 stops of IBIS, native ISO 125. That's a little on the high side. Mechanical shutter 8 frames per second, electronic shutter 20 frames per second with a crop. It didn't say how much of a crop. EVFs 2.3 million dots, 3-inch LCD tilts 1.84 million dots, and that's pretty much it. But the somewhere in here, where is my? Oh, it has a pop-up flash. Battery life's up to 390 shots, but we know that'll be low because all those SEPA ratings are low. They don't reflect real life. Single card slot. Everybody get upset. Single card slot. It's got that same native frame IO camera to cloud functionality. Now it says 1.4 and 2x digital converter settings. So I guess it must have like it's just doing a digital teleconverter built into it. Not what I would want. But it costs $17.99 with the new 16-50 f2.8 to 4.8 lens. The body alone's $1,400, and the X100 version 6 is $15.99 with the 20. It's a 23 millimeter f2 lens. So I'd rather spend the extra $2 to have a little bit better IBIS and have the be able to put a different lens on it. But
and CF Express.
But the price, the price is not bad. It's not horrible. No. $1,400 for the body is not horrible. I think though,
cameras and lenses.
I think though, they have an audience for those small camera bodies. They really do.
Yeah.
So
I think most of the technology is going into full frame cameras, so that's where they're losing out a little. Everyone's developing full frame cameras, not crops or medium format anymore.
Yeah, this is another good statement by Wayne. Young generations about their tech helping them instead of being experts on the tech. They want the tech to do well. That's the whole thing with the AI, right? Pretty soon, if you have a someday you'll have a camera that'll say, "Oh, you look through the camera, the camera is going to identify that as a landscape shot or automatically landscape, sports, whatever, and it'll make all the adjustments for you, and all you got to do is hit the button." And then who knows? Maybe it'll say if you don't hit the button once it's in focus, they'll take the shot for you. I mean, who knows what it'll turn into, right? So photography 10 years from now could be a very, very scary thing. Not necessarily better.
The way the smartphones work like that already.
Yeah. When you can erase somebody on the Google phone, the Google Pixel phone or whatever. Oh, I don't like that person. That person's head's in the corner. I'll just take my finger and go, and the person disappears.
You can do that in Photoshop too, but it's more work.
Yeah, David's talking about the red, and they will do they will do adapters. There's no doubt that they're going to do. I mean, that'll be the easiest thing.
Adapters for the red.
Yeah. Tim is in here. I'm going to say hi to Tim. I'm way behind, so you've probably been here for 15 minutes already, and I'm just noticing now. But I am trying to quickly go through.
Don't worry, we welcome everybody while we are doing the.
Yes,
so even us Australians.
And we've hit on the main subject topics of the evening. So we will now spend a little bit of time here going through the chat and seeing. And this is a very true statement too. There are a lot of people that, I mean, the ZF, which was supposed to be the most horrible camera that camera decision Nikon ever made, certainly hasn't worked out that way. And you're right. There are people that were not Nikon shooters that tried it out and liked it. That's probably the best compliment when you could pick up a different brand camera, and get over your bias. Because if you use predominantly one brand, you're going to have a bias towards that brand, But when you could pick up another brand's camera and say, I really like this. It's pretty good. That's probably the best compliment you can give to the competition. That's a someone who doesn't own your stuff is happy with it, that's the best compliment you can get. The new gens about showing off and trends, cool things. Yeah, you know what? I mean, we laugh about a rangefinder camera, but a rangefinder camera might appeal to the younger generation quite a bit, especially if they make it an interchangeable lens rangefinder camera like the S series cameras were. Those were excellent cameras. I mean, I'd like to get. It's on my list someday to get one, but I won't pay what they want for them right now, and it's really hard to find one that isn't. Unfortunately, when you buy cameras from the 50s, I mean, some materials, depending on how the cameras were made back in that day, you know, some of the materials in those cameras just break down over time. So, I mean, even though you may find one that fits the bill, that you know, 1 out of every 1,000 that's in really, really good shape, it doesn't mean 10 years from now it's going to be in really, really good shape, because just some of those components, some of those materials break down over time. So that's what makes it hard to find, to buy, you know, I like a Nikon SP, you know, and now they redid that camera many years later with, but those cameras are selling for a crazy amount of money. You know, they're $5,000 at the low end used, you know. I mean, I'm not going to spend $5,000 for a copy of an old rangefinder camera. I'm sorry, I'm just not going to do that.
And I hate rangefinders anyway.
Roy, I think you should tell everybody how you really feel.
Would I dare? If I told you how I really feel about rangefinders, you might get chopped off.
I'd have to come up with a bleep button or something.
Exactly.
Bleep, 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 bleep. We would just have you mute your mic ahead of time, and we'll just read your lips.
Sad thing is, I own a couple of rangefinders, but I never use them because they're just such a pain.
Yeah, this is never a truer statement has been stated here. You can crop.
I don't think Megapixels is for cropping. I think it's for portrait editing. If you've got more megapixels, it makes it much easier to edit portraits because you've got more room to work.
Yeah, we were talking about, I think Wayne was talking about when we were discussing the potential use of the camera as a wildlife photographer camera.
Yeah.
But in general, I think in general,
you use it for landscapes. You get, I mean, the big thing is the dynamic range that you get.
Exactly.
You know, 16 stop.
Portraits and landscapes and a few other things, but it's fairly specialized.
And I heard today that apparently when you go the high frame, it goes from 16-bit to 14-bit to 12-bit.
Yeah.
And that defeats the purpose. Now, the landscape photographers are never going to see that, correct? They get everything sorted out, they're ready, the light comes on, click. That's it, correct? Then change the light a little bit, click. So for that, they get all the advantage of the 100 megapixels and the 16-bit, correct? And that's fantastic.
I should be working on dynamic range and things like that instead of all the extra features that they're putting into it.
Yeah,
exactly.
Roy, I'm gonna set you off here. I'm gonna give you permission to do it, to go. You ready? I'm gonna put this comment up. I'm gonna let you go.
What have I done?
Nothing you did.
Well, there's no such thing as a single lens rangefinder camera because they've all got the little itty bitty ones to look through for little itty bitty people. And these.
And then the lens are too long and it blocks part of the rangefinder.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah. Well, that's why when I showed you that other one, you have to put the other rangefinder on top of the hot shoe.
That's what this is.
Yeah.
5 lenses, one for each type of lens you want to use.
I thought that was a revolver.
Tough if you want a lens longer than 135.
Gustavo thought that was a revolver for the bullets. Hello, Ava. Good to see you in here tonight. And Jeff and Leslie, hello, my friends. Jeff came out, put out a new video recently, so you guys should go check it out. He's got one heck of a unnerving snake that he did video on that I accused him falsely, jokingly, that he stitched two snakes together because it was really, really long.
The question is, did he find the snake when he visited you?
Well, unfortunately, no. We weren't able to get together. There was a situation that required him to leave early, and we weren't able to get together for our meal. But we will at some point in time get together. Jeff, you must live pretty close to Bowling Green, I would think, because I did a time check in terms of distance from Holden Beach in North Carolina to the Bowling Green, and it was a little over 10 hours. And you had mentioned that it would take you normally a little over 10 hours to get home. So are you pretty close to Bowling Green, or do you live in Bowling Green? I guess that would be a question for you. But that's not a horrible drive. I mean, that's a drive. I mean, like he said, it's a tough drive to do as you get older. And those 10-hour drives get a little bit, you don't really feel like doing the 10-hour drive so much anymore.
My limit now is like between 4 and 6.
Yeah, Robert, this is a good point. D850 lossless format, 90 plus megabyte files. Yeah, and that's what you're dealing with the Leica.
I'm used to that because I'm used to the medium format cameras. But 90 megabytes is not big.
Yeah. If you are not in the video mode, there, hey, I think they were selling refurb D850s for like $1,800.
Still a great camera. If you're into wildlife and that, as a wildlife camera, it's still brilliant.
No, it was.
Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, if you're on a budget and you're not a big video person and you're just a photographer, I mean, a D850 is a great choice, and you can get a lot of good cheap F-mount glass.
Yes, 200 to 500 and a D500 or D850 is a great wildlife thing. Very, very cheap for what you get.
Yeah, you can get a lot of camera. That's a lot of camera. So here's a comment from Albert. And Albert, it's good to see you in here. I enjoy it when we talk on the phone. Albert's got the energy level of a 13-year-old kid. I mean,
They should give it back.
Yeah, I loved when Albert's one of those guys that you can't help but, I mean, just get memorized. Someone who loves what he does to that level, it's infectious. And you love talking to people that have a passion for what they do. And he's very dynamic when he's talking. I mean, he was very low key when he did his presentation on the show not too long ago. Let me tell you, you talk to him on the phone. He's a very dynamic, exciting guy to talk to.
Very animated.
It's very animated, very, very interesting guy.
Let's call it Latin passion, my friend.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
Good to hear.
So, Roy, you would be a good one with this.
Yes, you can make an RF to Z adapter because it's not the mount that restricts you, it's the flange distance. It's not the mount itself.
Let me make it big.
It's the distance between the sensor and the mount itself. That means what you can adapt to it. Because the Nikon's got the shortest around, they can adapt the most lenses.
So what is that 1 millimeter that Robert was referring to?
That's just the size of the mount, though.
The aperture.
That's fairly irrelevant.
Okay.
You
Okay.
can adapt almost anything to a Nikon Z.
Mookie almost cursed. He almost cursed. This is a family show.
No, that was during Roy talking about range-finders.
Yeah.
That he was Mr. Roy was borderline cursing. Borderline.
Yeah.
Someone
Here we go.
might think I don't like rangefinders. They're just
I
such
don't
a
know
pain
why
to
anybody.
use.
I don't know why anybody would get that idea.
Trouble is, I've got a Leica.
Well, one thing we know, Roy, when you say that something is good, we take your word for it. So
Yeah. So
I
since
can
Jeff
see
brought,
they're useful if you're doing street photography with film, and a rangefinder would be quite a useful piece of kit. But for me, I don't see any use for it.
yeah, I'm going to bring this up since Jeff brought this up. I certainly wasn't going to be the initiator of bringing this up, but Jeff and I, we weren't able to get together because he got a phone call and he had to head home because his dad had a stroke. So I want to wish him, his family, his dad, the best, his mom, Jeff and Leslie and the whole family. We're rooting for your dad, and we hope everything works out well. And stay in touch with me. Let me know how he's doing, and hopefully he recovers quickly. I mean, it seems like this seems to be a trendy medical problem that is going on
It's
here
contagious.
with people that we know. It's unfortunate, very unfortunate, but I hope things are going okay, and I hope things have calmed down a little bit and your mom is a little bit better with how he's doing and whatnot, and everything's going okay. Yeah, that's I always got nervous, and unfortunately rightfully so, with my children when I would get calls at 2 a.m. because they were never good calls, if you know what I mean. You never want your phone to ring after midnight.
Unless they call you.
And getting a phone call when you are on a business trip or vacation, that's not good either. So I sympathize here with Jeff, but I hope everything goes better with your dad.
Oh, he's 15 miles south of Cincinnati.
12.5 hours.
I went over a bridge in Cincinnati when I went to.
Wasn't Baltimore, was it?
No, I drove to the Corvette Museum in Bowling Green, and I went through Cincinnati.
Is that the one with the hole in the floor?
And that's the one that had the hole, right, where the cars, and they actually made more money. More people went when those cars were sitting down there like a bunch of little HO cars
in the sinkhole.
The sinkhole. They almost considered not fixing it because there people. The more people came to see the disaster. Believe it or not,
I'd come see it. Especially see Corvettes down in a hole.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a common sight. But I went there. I went through Ohio, and I remember. I think it was Cincinnati, and Jeff can correct me. I'm pretty sure when I went over a bridge in Cincinnati, I think it was Cincinnati, I felt like I had the city all around me. Then when I drove over this one bridge, that if there were skyscrapers, I was like halfway up the bridge was halfway up the height of the skyscraper or whatever. I just felt like I was like driving right through the city. It was just really nuts. It was a weird feeling. I'm pretty sure that was a bridge in Cincinnati that I drove through. And I'm not a bridge fan because I'm scared to death of heights, and I go on certain bridges, and
you've mentioned that a few times.
I have a problem. So and then you got a good bridge you got to go over to get into Kentucky too. you know.
So talking about
I drove through a tunnel at Baton Rouge, which went under the Mississippi. Yeah. So
That's
that
the
was
new trend. Stuffed
Yeah.
bridges, they're building tunnels now.
so talking about trip. So how long it took you your trip to Miami? How many hours?
Yeah,
from-
Randall, give us
8 hours.
info share on your trip.
Okay, so I drove 28 hours. I slept 3 hours and 1 hour for gas and food. Okay.
Oh my God.
So I drive straight through. I don't know what's wrong with you guys. I mean, 4 hours, 6, that's too much. I got to quit. Me, I
Wow.
just went from point A to point B. So I drove many times from San Antonio to Phoenix to take care of my mom because she fell down or I had to take care of her stepfather or stuff. So I'm used to it.
Wow.
I was raised in a military family, and my dad every weekend always took us to a park. And sometimes it took a day to get there, and and then drive back. So we were there like maybe 2 or 3 hours, and then. So I'm used to the driving. On the way back, I did stop in Mississippi to see relatives. My wife. She died in 2017, but I kept in touch with them. And just to see how everything was going. So that helped. But I only slept 4 hours then.
Wow.
And then, but it cut the trip in half, or a little bit over half. And then I only had 10 hours to go back home. But then I drove through Houston for a rainstorm. And Jeff was saying, no, I had 11 hours of rain. Me, I went through 1 hour of hail and rain, and we're only going like 15 miles an hour because we couldn't see in front of us.
So was that the storm a couple of days in Houston that
Yeah,
they
yeah.
Oh, wow.
Right.
That was pretty bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I got a free car wash.
Way too much rain here this week. We were supposed to get, and as you know, I got to replace my roof. They came today, and they put a tarp over part of my roof because ready to sign the contract with them to do the roof, and so they put a tarp on my roof, to protect it until it gets done. And we were supposed to have rain today, 60% chance of rain today, and we didn't really have any, and same percentage tomorrow. So we'll see if we get it tomorrow. But it's just like this week's been a stressor in terms of dealing with
that thing in Houston was Houston, they're used to torrential rain, correct? And hurricane. This one was bad, correct?
Well, the water was up to the front porches. Houston's slow, just like New Orleans, all right? And they're building homes in the floodplains.
Yeah.
So couldn't believe it. But I was going by and I was looking at the water, and then I saw a house there with a porch, and everything was up on, like shelves or something to keep dry. But I didn't see any alligators or snakes or anything. I had a nice time in Miami. I met Peter Gregg and Mr. Camera Junkie. And Peter Gregg and his brother didn't want me to leave. They wanted me to stay a couple more days. And I said, well, I had a hotel room for 3 days and I need to get back because I had an appointment with my alarm people. But anyway, they took me to the Hard Rock Cafe.
Hard Rock Cafe, yeah.
All right. So their building is built out as a guitar, okay? And then the neck part is with lights. But they have so many malls. Well, they have a mall in there. They have like 3 or 4 restaurants. They have a lot of artifacts, from like, I have pictures of Neil Diamond's car from 1956, what he owned. And some of the rock, clothing of different people. But it was nice. The food was good. The service was crappy. I hate to say it, younger folks, they don't listen. So
get off.
Wait a minute. Beep, beep.
George asked for a chocolate mousse, and I ordered a coffee, and I told another guy that brought a cheesecake instead of chocolate mousse, and said, okay, I'll bring back. He never came back. And then the original witness came back, and he says, where's your chocolate mousse? And I says, where's my coffee?
Well, when you said, where's my chocolate mousse, I'm surprised they didn't say, well, it's outside waiting for you.
But it was real nice. Pierre Gregg has never been in a casino, so he's walking around with a camera, and they yelled at him, hey, you're not supposed to have a camera in here. And he says, well, the guy told me I could take pictures. So it was a good experience. I enjoyed it. Had a nice talk with Mr. Camera Junkie. He's at his sister's wedding right now. He takes care of his son, and he has a small apartment, efficiency apartment, so that he can save on money so he can go on trips. And I'm finding more young people doing that, tiny homes, or they get in vehicles where they travel around and they do it while they're young. So yeah. I think that's pretty good. But I had a good time. I'm glad I'm back. But
I'm sure all your animals missed you.
Yeah, one's right here. He wants to be fed again. I just fed him, and he wants some more. So. Is either that, or he wants it. Now, I have a doggy door. He comes in, no problem. But in order to go out, he wants me to open the door.
Oh, you're the doorman. I know that feeling.
Just go out the doggy door. Yeah. Okay, I'll be right back. Come on.
Okay. But let's see what else we got before we'll do our when Randall gets back, Gustavo, I'll have you do your discussion if you wish to.
It's a good segue on what we have been discussing.
Yeah. I mean, I'm really glad that at least there are some new cameras to talk about, and
Nikon to make a lens like that Canon 10-20 f4. I'd like a lens like that in Nikon.
Well, I ordered. Gustavo got his. He did get to try it out. We both just ordered the. He got his. I didn't get mine yet. The 20mm f1.8. So I got one on en route, and Gustavo has his right there.
Excellent lens.
So and he did point out, which I had read about, that there is some vignetting wide open, but now I'm assuming, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm assuming the vignetting gets corrected automatically with the software.
But that's a minor thing.
No, it didn't correct it the first time I opened the raw files with the Adobe Camera Raw. I was expecting to do more of that. You can still see it, but I need to play a little bit more with it. It was but the rendering was excellent, but I expected not to have so much vignetting, right? And the other thing is what I mentioned, Jeff. He doesn't have, like an aperture ring.
Well, those days are gone pretty much.
No.
Yeah, I miss the aperture rings.
I don't use it for aperture ring. I use it on my lens for the EV control.
Oh, you mean the extra?
You're talking about it doesn't have the function ring.
Yes, it doesn't have anything. Correct. It's only so because we use it nowadays for something different. Correct?
Yeah, I like to use mine for exposure compensation.
Yes, you got me into that one too. So all my lenses have that facility. So
I like using
where is it? Okay. But I need to play. I want to, because this is for trying to learn from Mr. Stewart, to try to do some night landscape and astrophotography, correct? And so I need to give it a try, drive a little bit into the plains and see if I can get some good dark sky. But we see.
I think the vignetting goes away when you go down one stop, I believe.
Yeah, it does.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I like a bit of vignetting.
No, I like it.
You often add it.
Yeah. I like it when I have it as a like we're going to discuss it in a second. When I have it as a choice, correct? I want my lenses not to have it, and if I want to add it afterwards, that's fine. But I agree with you. I think a lot of the people that do astrophotography and that they say that
they don't want it.
Actually they stop it from 1.8 to 2 and it goes away. So I need to do that type of testing. But obviously you want a 1.8 because you want to have the maximum amount of light, correct? So anyway, and also Roy, because if you want to do a panel, correct? If you have a little bit big data, then it complicates.
This is at panos. You wouldn't use a 20 for a pano very often anyway.
Yeah,
Robert has a few comments here about the 20.
Okay.
And then he has another comment here after that. Yeah, the 20 is sharper than the 24.
20 is very sharp.
Yeah.
That's
and I think C-Wade also mentioned that.
It's also sharp to the corners, which most wide-angle lenses are not.
No. But if you want it for astrophotography or landscape, you want it to be as sharp as possible across the entire.
Yeah, and that it is.
So anyway, yes, that's. I need to play a little bit more with it.
Well, we always say there's no such thing as a perfect anything, right?
Sure. Always compromise.
There's always something.
Someone else has got coffee.
Yeah. So anyway,
I hope he's not giving the dog any coffee. So when Randall gets back, we're going to have Gustavo. We had a little bit of emailing back and forth earlier today, and Gustavo put down some thoughts on some features that he wished were maybe in some of the Nikon cameras he has now, or hopes to see in future Nikon cameras. And so I'm going to let him talk to that. And so we will see. Jim's taking off. Real Nikon lover. Have a good night.
And we hope to see a lot of photos from Alaska, Jim.
Yeah, he's going to Alaska. So, hey, before you log off, what are you bringing with you, camera-wise? What lens-wise on your trip? What did you decide to do? If you have a minute to type that in. Just curious, because I know we probably gave you all sorts of bad ideas. But have a great trip. Have a great trip. I mean,
Tim Hunter shouldn't complain about transfer from cameras because they're pretty quick these days. The old SD cards are much slower.
Yeah. So, we'll talk about Wayne's taking off. Wayne, take care. Thanks for coming in the chat.
We wanted to have Wayne for the discussion that is going to follow, but we will
have.
He's
been to New York and London, and he's all over the place.
Wayne, you're the traveling photographer. We're gonna have to nickname you the traveling photographer, or the nomad photographer or something. I don't know. We're gonna have to come up with a nickname for you if you're gonna be on the road so much.
Good selection there for Jim.
Okay. So Jim's put this up. Jim's going to Alaska, and he's taking 24 to 120, 800 PF, 180 to 6, and the 70 to 200. Yeah.
Good choice.
You're set. You're all set.
Now he needs to come with the goodies.
So good luck to you on the trip, and hopefully you'll have some. Hey, hopefully you'll come back. Let's see. You're going to be gone for you may not be back for the photo review then, huh?
Well, you have to mail it in.
Yeah.
Just get mosquito repellent. I need it, especially around the tundra.
I mean, it's early in the season, Randall. Maybe if it were in September, for sure, but June in Alaska, a lot of mosquitoes.
No, there's millions of it. They've taken over as the new state bird of Alaska.
I know.
Yeah, you know the pictures where the storks carry the babies. Well, they had the mosquitoes taking the babies away. So, I mean, I was up there when I was in the military, and in the wintertime, you would go into the tundra, put the snow around you with your sleeping bag, and you're protected from the elements.
Exactly.
You come back to that same spot in the springtime, summertime, you shake it, and thousands of mosquitoes comes out. It's just unreal.
Too much standing
Best
water.
water I ever drank. Best water I ever drank was from a glacier coming down, and it was fantastic. I really enjoyed Alaska.
No bugs in the water, right?
The water was
Extra
cold.
protein.
Yeah, salmon.
10,000-year-old Randall water.
Yeah. Full of minerals and nutrients that you won't find anywhere else, I'm sure.
Well, you know,
that's why Randall still has hair on his head.
Ah.
And the Alaska water. Alaska water.
If I would have stayed in Miami driving in that traffic, I would have probably lost all my hair. It was awful, awful, awful.
So I'm going to turn the emceeing here over to Gustavo. First, I'm going to move him over to the big screen.
No, that's all right. I mean, we need the slides, right?
Oh, we'll get the slide. I'm going to get the slide.
Exactly. So guys, this was supposed to be more of a kind of discussion. The two presentations that we have for tonight. So kind of discussion, and actually that's what I wanted Wayne to stay here, which is with all the stuff that we heard about the R1 and the Fuji. Then I said, and we always talk about what we want to see, either as a firmware or future cameras, including the Z6 III. Correct. Obviously, this is a Nikon perspective from a person that do mostly nature and wildlife, correct? So I wanted to make sure that so it's supposed to be a discussion. I did some initial back and forth with Jeff, correct? So these reflect mostly my opinion with some influence for Jeff, but there is nothing fixing here, correct? This is kind of the things that we want to see, correct? So that's the kind of preamble to this. All right. So this is actually a single slide, as you can see, of the things that I want in a future Nikon camera or in the existing camera through firmware. So there are two columns, and they are ranked, correct? And one is the firmware side, and the other the camera side. So which side do you want to see? The camera side? See, we have it.
Go with the left. Start with the firmware.
Okay. So on the firmware, for me, things that I'm missing, correct? First is the pre-capture in RAW. Pre-capture is fantastic, but until it's in RAW, I'm not going to use it. I used it a little while last year, and I found it that it was limiting doing the editing, correct? Not so much the cropping or all that, but it basically you want to, based on correction, the tonality or record some highlights, you could not do it unless you're in RAW, correct? So that's for me number one. The other thing I have been asking, and actually this I understand is in the ON cameras, is the focus distance limiter, correct? I do a lot of setups and photographing around the nest, so I sometimes don't want my camera to go to infinity, correct? So I would like to have the possibility to say, please stay within this range for the autofocus. Okay, that I will find that it will be useful. Now you don't have to use it all the time, but I tell you, you're waiting for a bird to come out of the nest, as I showed you before. You don't want that camera to jump back to infinity, correct? And particularly all the mirror lens cameras, when they go back, it's very difficult to come back, to make them come back. You can use the memory recall and all that kind of stuff, but it would be nice if you could program, go to and say, no, I want to stay between 3 and 10 meters. So, and we know that possibility exists, correct? Auto capture allows you to detect certain distances, correct? So converting that into be able to program certain distances is something that I think is within the realm of possibility.
Well, don't they have the memory functions in the camera or in the
No,
lens?
they have,
Do
and I
that?
use it all the time.
Yeah.
But I don't
Right.
want even that, Randall. I want to say if I have
Oh, okay.
something that is at a certain distance and I know what it is, I don't want to be hunting. And actually, the focus within that smaller range should be a lot faster because it doesn't have to hunt. Okay. So
Yeah,
All right.
and not all the lenses have memory buttons on them either.
That's right.
Exactly.
Only certain ones.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But so that's the second on the firmware side. The third is the anti-theft features. I think a lot of people have been saying that we are basically making these cameras too easy to be stolen and put into the market, correct? Because there is no way to be able to to be able to say, hey, like with the phones, they become inoperable if somebody stole your phone. Now, Jeff made a couple of comments, and Jeff, you're free to make your comments here about the anti-theft features. I want something to be able to disable the camera remotely. I want something to be able to disable the lens in the case it gets stolen.
Yeah, my only comment that I made back to him was that thieves aren't necessarily too smart, so they'll probably still try to sell it and then sell it to somebody who's going to just take it apart for parts. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, it won't be as attractive for them to do that, but they'll probably still do it to a certain percent. But it would be nice if they had and maybe in combination with what Gustavo's saying, make it so that, they can't access the files, they can't shoot with the camera, but also put something, miniaturized in there that's like an air tag type of thing, so that you could track somebody steals your camera, you could follow them with your phone. You could use satellites or whatever, or a police officer you report it right away. You could find out exactly where that camera is, because me personally, one of my biggest pet peeves is people's lack of respect for other people's personal property. So to me, if somebody were to steal my cameras, and believe me, I had all my cameras stolen from me years ago, and my TV off my wall. My big screen TV got pulled off my wall, and I would like nothing more than to have something in there so the cops could arrest the son of a gun that took it and find it quick and get it back and have that person do their time behind in an orange suit,
Yeah.
So I think that's an important thing to me with anti-theft, part of it being a tracking mechanism as well.
Yeah, I'm going to make a good comment here about that there is some potential here for slippery slope, that somebody basically ransom your camera, correct? And that's probably true, but a lot of theft of phones basically diminished significantly many years ago when they make them basically inoperable, except for somebody that has the password to open, or and they're all traceable, correct? So anyway, so that's the idea. I think the industry had to move into some sort of combination of anti-theft features, and that's what I didn't want to put anything specific.
Yeah, the only thing they've done is maybe protect the files, like the M11P for the Leica. You can't, whoever took the picture is originated from a certain serial number on the camera. So the picture side is protected, but the camera is not. So I agree with you there. They need something. I mean, they have an app that you can communicate with the camera, but that's if you turn on the Bluetooth or the Wi-Fi. And when you do that, then it runs the battery down. So there's a lot of features. But I could go with I'm pretty sure that they have a tracking device where you can put in the battery well, which should fit right next to the SD card. But all they have to do is put your cell phone in the microwave, just close the door, and you won't receive. It's like airplane mode, so they can put it in the container, and you'll never find out unless they're out of range, and then But what I like is the Apple tracking. They use other Apple iPhones to track that device, and I think that's excellent.
Exactly,
So-
and you can, the first thing you can do if you have an Apple device get stolen, you can disable it, correct? So anyway, so the point here is to have some discussion, but remember because I think we can keep discussing some of the features another time. So some anti-theft features I think is important that get incorporated. The other thing, so number 4 for me is this programmable frame per second function, correct? Sometimes you are at 5, but you want to go to 20. I mean, at this moment, we have to go and either to the I menu and change it there, or you have to go to the top and change it quick. So something like Sony has implemented with a throttle. So you press one of the function button and it immediately brings you into high frame. So that's a good implementation for Sony. I think I would like to have that implementation done in Nikon. The other one, the number 5, is something that Jeff wants. So Jeff, I'll let you talk about the programmable cycling to the function.
Yeah, 5 and 6 were my minor contributions to this list. I think if you had the ability to quickly, let's put it this way: when I do my photo shooting banks, so my photo bank, I'll maybe bank A is we'll say is birds. Okay, so bank A is birds / sports. So my custom menu, I'll name the same way, birds / sports. But it would be nice if you're setting up your camera banks for to optimize the capability for different genres of photography, which is how I use the photo banks for. I have a bank for macro, I got a bank for portrait, that kind of thing. Is that because you may switch from one to the other, especially if you're doing nature shots, you may, the same day you're shooting birds, you might find some flowers in that area you want to take pictures of, or dragonflies, or you're going to do some macro while you're there or whatever. So you could, but it would be nice, or you have a lens that does pretty good close up and you don't have to even change the lens. It would be nice to just be able to hit a button and change your shooting banks, kind of like what they're doing with your autofocus modes. Push it once, it's this, hit it again, it goes to another bank or goes to another mode.
Exactly.
And, so that's just something that popped in my head, and then kind of flowing into item 6 here is, for me, is a big thing is lots of times, and this is just my experience. There are people that are probably, well, there are people that are much more qualified shooters than I am, but for my personal peeve is that if I'm tracking a bird in flight that I know is going to dive for a fish, and if I want to get a sequence of shots from the time it's hovering in the sky, and maybe I got that infamous I hate blue background scenario, but I want to get a picture of the bird, hovering. You're going to have to overexpose with your exposure compensation, so the bird isn't totally dark, right? So, but now as the bird travels down to hit the water to get the fish, you're going to have to now change your exposure and dial it down maybe a stop. If you were 2 stops over, you might end up being only a half a stop over, or you may be at no exposure compensation, when it hits the water, because it hits the water splashes up. The sun, if it's a well-lit day, the water splashes up, the sun hits the beads of the water that are now in your image, all that stuff is going to catch the sun's rays and be blown out or be highly reflective, and you got to be careful with your exposure. But you can't usually switch your exposure compensation quick enough going from the bird being up here to the bird being down here. It would be nice to just say, okay, I'm going to set it up for my default is exposure that gives me a good image of the bird in the sky. And then when it's ready to hit the water, I want to hit one button and have that set for getting a good exposure when it hits the water, because you're not going to be able to dial your exposure compensation quick enough to do that. So usually you have to decide what kind of image do you want to capture with that one particular bird. Are you going to get it in the sky, expose for that, or you're going to get it when it hits the water and you expose for that? But you can't really do both. You got to pick one or the other. So it'd be nice to just be able to, all right, I hit a button, knocks me down 2 stops, let go of the button, I'm back 2 stops above for when it's in the sky, and just be able to go dink, 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 hit one button and take the picture. That's it. That's the only thing I threw in here.
Yeah, and Wayne mentioned auto ISO. I think auto ISO in that condition that Jeff mentioned, horrible. Actually, you're better with a fixed, if the illumination is the same, with a fixed ISO, regardless of whether the overall scene is darker or lighter. Correct. So auto ISO, which I use as an initial ISO setting, don't do that. But and if you want to change it with your EV compensation, and this is what Jeff is saying, I mean, you can program that too, but you basically are changing it 1/3 EV increments of decreases, and you cannot do it that fast. So I understand why Jeff want this kind of, to be able to program at least a one-stop up or down cycling quickly, correct? Without using bracketing, correct? Which is the other option.
Yeah.
So number 7, Randall, is what you were talking about. Image authentication, correct? So I think that's something important for journalists and for people, and even for us to say, hey, I took this photo. This is no AI, correct? So I think even for amateurs, image authentication, which is in the works, is something that I would like to have. Okay? So number 9, and I think a lot of people want that, particularly Roy. So he doesn't like crab bridge, but I think definitely can work on better phone table operability. Correct. So that
ask Roy what he really thinks about that.
Yeah, definitely needs rewriting.
It falls in line with his opinion of rangefinder cameras. It's kind of like in the same.
And TLRs.
Exactly, but I think there is a opportunity here to become better operability between the system, because a lot of us, certainly for remote operating your camera, there is no barrier, in my opinion, that you cannot see what the camera is seeing if you are within Bluetooth or Wi-Fi distance, and be able to change the settings. Correct. So I think there is an opportunity here. Correct. And the last one, actually, this was the one that
could be so much better.
That we were discussing before, because of the R1 in camera noise reduction. I remember Chuck wanted to have that. I know Wayne mentioned
it's got
that
it now, but you can't do too much in camera.
That takes your processing power, correct? And Jeff has an opinion as well on this one, which I share, but I put it in the list here, which is I actually like to have that one not done in the camera, but I understand why people. I think, Jeff, if anything, this number 10 should be an option. Do you want to have your
it should be like you said. It's something that you either turn it. One of those deals, you either turn it on, or it's on or off.
And in a way, it is when you shoot JPEG, correct? It does some sharpening and camera noise reduction. But anyway, so that's the list on the firmware. Actually, if I would get the first 2, I will be so happy to get those 2 in the C9 and the C9
on 16-bit stills.
Yeah, 16-bit stills. That would be another one. Yeah, 16-bit.
Yeah. So that goes to, that's a good segue, Roy, to go to the right here on the camera, because I think I presume that the greater dynamic range of the 60, which I associate with the 16-bit, I may be mistaken. I think Tim was telling me, hey, Gustavo, that may not be correct, and that's always possible.
16-bit is different to dynamic range, but they are related.
Yeah.
That's what I understood, but
Yeah.
somebody had to explain that to me better, because I think if you have more discrete steps within a given channel in your sensor, you also achieve greater dynamic range, correct?
You sometimes do, but it's not guaranteed. They're separate things, really.
Okay. So maybe this should be two lines, 16-bit and greater dynamic range.
Yeah.
Then you have all 10 spaces filled.
Exactly.
Yeah, then you'll have 10 spaces filled. Yeah. 1 through 10 on both sides if you split it up. Yeah.
I like it even.
Yeah, but I agree that on the camera, I think that's where the new frontier is, right? It should be
Where it should be. That's where it should be.
You want more detail. You want to be able to recover more of the signal that is in there. So you should run. I mean, we still our eyes and brain can see more dynamic range than any camera. Right? At one point,
Getting better, but that's still a weak point.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, right now you can recover shadow. You can recover shadows much better than you can if a highlight's blown. A highlight's blown. That's pretty much it. You can't, if a shadow, if you have a part of the image that's in, so let's just say much darker than you want it to be, you can do a lot with bringing something that's really dark and making it usable. Where
most new cameras are ISO invariant, which means the ISO you're shooting at is fairly unimportant because you can usually bring it back anyway.
Less important. Less important.
Yeah.
You will see, but I agree with you. But Tim, I would take your comment and Roy, and I will, when I update the table, I separate the two: greater dynamic range and 16-bit.
16-bit, yeah.
16-bit's got 4 times as many colors as 14-bit.
Exactly, but I don't think they're completely independent, correct? Because they're
related, but they aren't the same thing.
Exactly. So I would
range is difference between the dynamic range of the image
and how you segment that range, correct? Because 16-bit is how you segment the range.
You can have more colors, but that doesn't give you more dynamic range.
Exactly. So I will separate them. So I keep this evergreen, so that we can. So the other thing is, for some people like me, which shoot regularly 20 frames per second, correct? I think I would like to have higher frame per second.
That's coming.
It's
maybe the next gen, like Z6 III, will do it. Who knows?
I know, but because I told you the other day, sometimes in a situation where I have like those woodpeckers coming out of the hole and being at 20 frames per second, you only take 3 frames.
Right? Yeah, your thing is you want to see 60 frames a second with a 45 megapixel sensor.
For sure.
Yeah, that's going to be tough.
Exactly. Well, but I mean,
you can always wish Nikon may be watching this show, although I doubt it. But if they are, I'll wave to them.
Yeah. So we discussed the anti-theft, because I think the anti-theft things, like we were discussing before, is both a hardware and a software, correct? It could be a hardware and a software issue, correct? Yeah. So that's what number 3 we discussed already. Then obviously, I think indeed the global shutter is potentially the future, correct?
It could be, but they're very expensive, and global shutters need a lot more electronics, and they run a bit hot.
Exactly. But it has to be, for me, or for my use, 45 megapixel or higher, because otherwise I stay with the shutters that we have, which are pretty adequate for the kind of movement that we see. The other day, I was photographing birds, and a helicopter passed by, and I took a picture of the helicopter. there was no rolling shutter on the helicopter effect.
No. I have not yet managed to have a rolling shutter effect with a Z9 yet.
Exactly.
Or Z8, I'm sure is the same, exactly the
The
same.
throughput's so good that it doesn't get the problem.
Yeah.
The A1, Sony A1's very good too. I think the Canon R3 is not bad,
But it does have some. It does have
it's got
some.
some. But the Nikon Z9, Z8, and the Sony A1 are the only cameras that got enough throughput not to get rolling shutter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm
Apart from
sure
the
that
A9 III, of course.
but I'm sure this is the way cameras will migrate, correct? Eventually, correct? And this is like we talk about wish list, correct? We may get some other element. The other one is higher megapixel, correct? I still, if the C7 III become with higher megapixel, correct? If you can operate for landscape with the wider aperture lenses, you still don't have the diffraction problem. I still will be interested, correct? So,
Well, that's the only thing they could do. To me, if they don't do that with a Z7 III, I don't think you need a Z7 III.
exactly.
Right.
But, and then you
I
use
don't
it,
think we need it.
and then you use it with a f-top that is 1.2, 1.8, correct? Where diffraction problems still don't manifest at 60 megapixels, correct? So that's why I put it number 5. Okay?
Yeah.
Then
the Z7's mainly a landscape camera, so
exactly.
they don't want it wide open.
Exactly. So number 6 is one that have been widely discussed, correct? Which is the 30 plus megapixel APS APS-C camera, correct? I think there's still an opportunity there, correct? I mean, we just were discussing this Fuji, which is a 40 megapixel camera on a small sensor, correct? So that will, for people that want to have something compact with bigger reach, I will be interested to see such a camera, correct?
See, I think right now, and this is not a knock on Fuji because I told you guys I like Fuji and I do, but to me, you get a ZF that's full frame and you have, I'm going to call it 1.5 card slots, and depending on how high the Fujis are, I mean, a ZF is a very competitive camera and it's interchangeable lenses, so
Exactly.
For the ZF has some bulk to it. I mean, it has some weight to it.
Exactly.
It's not going to be as light as a Fuji camera is. But
That's
then,
a good thing.
if you have a camera that has a little bit of weight to it, it helps. It helps you, my opinion, it helps you achieve a steadier. If you're filming, if you're using video, it helps steady the camera when it has a little bit of weight to it. When the camera doesn't have any weight to it, it's sometimes hard.
Randall's showing off.
Exactly. So that's number 6, correct? And number 7 is a higher luminosity screen, back screen in this case, correct? The
Back or EVF.
Yeah, I actually the IBF on the camera. I like it, but sometimes you want to see in the middle, you are outside, you want to see the back of the camera. The phones still work much better than the camera. So there is a possibility to have better screens that have higher luminosity. What is it called? The nits, so that they can be operated
In daylight.
in
Yeah,
daylight.
the sun hit the back of your rear screen and it washes it right out and you can't see anything.
That's what field monitors are for.
And plus the fact that if you wear sunglasses, you got to see the LCD screen. So I have Sony cameras, and I think there's only one that works with the sunglasses on.
Hey, you gotta go back to the trick with the old medium format cameras where you have the side piece that comes up with the little flap, and you gotta, it blocks the sun a little bit, and you put your eye up to it. You have to do some go back to technology from 60 years ago.
Exactly. The little loop. Remember the little things that we used to make?
Yeah, I mean the Hoodman loop works good for that, but it's
Exactly.
you always got to have that thing hanging on your neck and
Exactly.
Or an umbrella. Yeah.
Yeah. But there are better options here. Okay. All right. So then the eighth one is these reversible flip screen. I think even today, Randall, when Peter talked about the Z8, correct? That was a big issue, correct? And actually,
Well, see, the funny thing about Peter, he talks about you don't need it. You just look at the bulb and the lens, and you just point it to your nose. You can see. But the only problem is he has two things. One is his hands are wrapped around. He's pushing buttons in the back. So that's why you get a tripod to hold it. But the other thing is when you put out that flippy screen, how many times you have seen people not look at the bulb, but look at the LCD screen?
yeah, exactly.
All right. So it's very annoying. Even when you have the tilt screen that goes all the way up, let's say on the A6100 to 6400 or even the 6600 on the Sony, at least it's up, but then you can see the eyeballs going like over the camera.
Exactly.
So Casey Neistat, he wears sunglasses for that purpose. So you can't see him looking at that LCD screen. So that's the only thing. The thing is, the Z8 is pretty good because it can tilt. You know, it just won't go in the front, but that's fine with me. I gave him a device that goes right on the hot shoe where it's a mirror. So you just put the tilt screen up and then you can see what's on the screen. So there's ways around it. You know, it just...
We shouldn't have to these days, though, should we?
Yeah, and I also on number 8, it's not only the flippy screen allows you, or the flip screen allows you to see yourself, but I also like the fact, I think it's the Sony cameras and the ZF also have that one, that you can turn the screen around so it doesn't have the glass portion.
Yeah, you don't see the screen at all. You just see something that leatherette that matches the body or whatever.
Well, all right. Look at the GoPro. They have a little camera or a little screen in the front. So
a very little screen.
No, but also that feature allows you to protect your screen, correct? Because our screen, the C8 and C9, is exposed all the time, correct? And the Jeffrey on his CF and you, Randall, you can turn it around and you have your leatherette covering there, correct? So that's what I put it here because I see there is some options for some people, correct?
And what I find myself doing anyway is if I'm trying to make sure, more so if I'm shooting at something at infinity, irregardless of the lens, if I'm shooting something that's way the heck out in distance, and I want to make sure that that object's sharp, I'm going to get a much better indication of that if I zoom the image in and I'm looking at it through the viewfinder.
Yeah.
Okay, because the sun's not interfering with the rear screen. The resolution of the EVF is higher than the rear screen as well. So if I'm worrying about critical focus, I'm going to look through the camera and I'm going to zoom in and look at that shot through the EVF rather than the back.
Oh, for sure.
So what I like about the ZF is you can turn off the LCD screen, just put the back part on.
Exactly.
All right. And that way your nose is not messing up your focusing by accident while you're looking at through the EVF. It's supposed to turn off when the EVF is on, but there are different ways of doing it. It's just...
And that's part of
it. There's been a lot of plastic surgery for nose jobs because of that.
Have the nose removed around the side.
So, Randall, that's also part of 8, correct? And number 9 actually is this heat dissipation. I never experienced that because I don't shoot, but I know Wayne and other people, certainly when we got smaller bodies, have heat dissipation issues. I listen to you guys, so I put it also in this list here, correct? So let's
I
have a
think
little
that's
bit.
wrong with the fan inside a camera. The FX30, the S52, F52X, even the GH6, they have fans in there. You don't hear them, and they never overheat. So either you build them out of aluminum, like a lot of the Leica cameras, where it can dissipate heat, or you put a fan on it. So you buy, let's say, a Ulanzi fan to keep it cool, but then you can't close the LCD screen. You got to remove the fan, off.
No,
It's just
it's like Fuji. The Fuji has the fan attachment that you have to fold out the screen, and then you have some tapped holes, and then you screw the fan attachment, in place. So you can't fold the screen back or anything. You got to leave the screen out. And I'm not a big fan of fans because to me it's just that's just one just the nature of a fan. It's gonna have a higher failure rate than a lot of other components. And if it's built into the camera,
As they get older,
it's just one more thing you got to send it back to get fixed. If the thing does start to get noisy, or it just all of a sudden doesn't work anymore. And I'm definitely not a fan of the ones that you screw on the back, because it interferes. It makes you have the screen out, which you may not want. But I think there's different cooling processes where you could put whether a lot of it depends on the thermal grease, the type of grease you put underneath the components that get hot, and the type of metal that those parts are mounted to that help draw the heat away from the part. And then you actually have some cameras that have piping in them with that you could put a miniature water cooling system in a camera as well to help cool off the electronics. But that if you go that route, that's going to add a lot of cost. So but I mean, I don't know. It's just, I'm not, the way I look at it. If you're trying to use your hybrid camera and be a movie producer, you should be buying a cinema camera. That's
why they're so big, to reduce the heat, because heat generates noise.
Yeah.
Even if it doesn't overheat, it's still generating noise in the screen.
Yeah. So to me, when people say, well, I can only shoot for half an hour and then the thing overheats or, whatever. If you're shooting for longer than that, then a hybrid camera, you're pushing things too much. You get to a point where if you really want to shoot for that long and you can't take a break, then you need to buy a cinema camera.
No, that's a good point, but still, heat dissipation is like any engineering problem. There is engineering solutions to make it work, correct? So the next part of this discussion is what I am missing here. What is that? And this is for the panel here, but also the people in there. So Wayne mentioned battery, correct? The longer lasting batteries. I think that's a good thing to add. So what else is missing here, guys, that you want to see in future cameras?
I don't think they can get bigger batteries in these little cameras apart from the Z9. That's the only one that doesn't seem to have that battery problem.
Oh, and I encountered that with using auto capture on the C9 and auto capture on the C8. You can see that definitely the C9 is much better for auto capture because you can leave the camera in auto capture for 6-7 hours without a trouble. You try to do that with the C8, and the C8 is only about 3 hours maximum on full battery when you're doing auto capture.
That's why I have a dummy battery on all my cameras. So the only time I charge the battery is if I go on a field. But if I have something like that, I would have a power bank, and mine can last up to 10 hours.
No,
And if
for
you just
sure.
put it on HD, then you got like 20 hours. So,
Yeah.
you know, it just depends what you want. I do
Exactly.
that all the time.
Exactly.
That comes back to heat dissipation as well, because the longer the camera's on, the more noise it's going to generate.
Exactly. I mean, not
Especially for
without a
video.
doubt, like we said, we have fantastic cameras already, correct? And actually, these have been something that have been intrigued me for the longest time. I think it was, uh, I think it was uh, Matt and somebody else, and I think it was even Con. They were discussing what should we see in future cameras. That was discussed last year. There were not that many things that these guys could come with because the cameras are quite good, correct? But
I'm gonna
built-in and the filters. That's a good one.
I'm just going to comment on this
Well, some
comment.
cameras do have that. So,
Just want to comment on this comment from Z Wade. He assumed everybody set up their viewfinders to auto switch when you put your eye up there. I
Yes.
have mine set up for viewfinder priority because just to save battery life. If I'm not looking through the viewfinder, or I pull my eye away from the viewfinder, I don't have it where the rear screen takes over as soon as I put my eye away from it. I only time I'm looking at the rear screen is if, let's just say it's slow and I want to do a little chimping and look at some of the pictures I take, and then I just hit the playback button and it'll show up on the rear screen, but I don't have it when I look through it. It's a viewfinder. I take my eye away. It's the rear screen because I'm trying to conserve my batteries.
Okay.
Best
That's a good option. The implementation they have, like Zach was mentioned, it was very good. Correct. It allows you to switch between the two very easily. So it's a good implementation that we have. But indeed, it's like turning your airplane mode. It's good to save battery as well. Correct. Because you don't use the GPS in the case of the Z9. So there are some energy saving opportunities.
Greg's asking, believe there will be alternatives to fans for cameras capable of
Long-term video. I think if the camera's big enough and there's enough metal in it, it's not a big problem. It's when you got a lot of plastic and the camera's too small.
Yeah, your mass, the mass of your camera, like Roy said, the Z9 doesn't have an issue, but that's because it's big, has more mass, has more metal. You get the smaller cameras, that's where you have more of the problem. You just don't have the mass there to draw the heat away, and then that's why
even after half hour, you'll notice that most cameras get more noise after they've been running for half hour than they did when they were first turned on.
Yeah, the only thing you could do with, and see, the thing is too, it's not like it's not like a chassis on a computer, we'll put some slots in the side of the computer case so the heat comes out of the box. You can't do silly things like that with a camera because you want water sealing. You want it somewhat water resistant. So you're not going to put any openings on the camera to let the heat out, so everything is enclosed. So the only way you can draw the heat out, it's a combination of the mass, and some parts it's dependent on the material you use to help draw the heat from the part to the metal.
Thermal capacity.
A heat sink. Yeah, like computer.
Well, yeah, but a heat sink alone, lots of times you're using thermal conductive grease.
Exactly.
Or a thermal conductive gasket made out of a certain material, rather than putting like on the old days that you'd have like a tin hat that you'd put on the top of a transistor that had fins on it, and it would draw the heat off the transistor or something.
Exactly.
You don't have the room in a camera to do that, so you're probably using certain thermal greases, or when I worked in the space program, they instead of using thermal grease, they started going to some high-tech thermal pads material that you'd put under the part and then bolt it onto the metal metal portion of your circuit card. And but you can those are kind of your options. But when you have that small camera body, that presents a whole different set of
Especially
problems.
made of polycarbonate, which keeps the heat in.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, you want a heavy metal body and a heavy metal on a small body, and then everybody's going to say the camera's too heavy, and they're going to complain about the weight. So it's like,
Exactly. I see Robert.
Well, they got the Leicas, and everybody loves those. So, but they only do pictures. They don't. I think only one camera does the video, but the M's are all photos. The Q's do video, but they're all metal, and so are the SLs. So they're all metal, and they're aluminum.
yeah.
And they're
Most
heavy.
Nikons have made out of magnesium alloy in the past, so that would work well.
Well, they used to be copper, weren't they?
No, mostly magnesium alloy.
Yeah.
I mean, the old Leicas.
Oh, the alloy, yeah, Leicas, you could get copper in them.
You could get copper in them, yeah. But
Yeah,
I'm going back a long time.
Yeah. Back in the 20s and 30s. Yeah.
So Greg Corker mentioned
Brass, I think it was, not copper.
So Greg mentioned the ND filters. That's actually built-in ND filter. The question for you guys is, should those be electronic or actual something that goes in front of the sensor that can actual physical glass filter? Correct?
The only filters I know are all electronic. All right. If you want the filters, then you have to get it in the lens and do it manually, unfortunately. But yeah, like I got a ZV-1 Mark II. It has ND filters, but it's all electronic.
Yeah, I think
And it gives you a couple of stops down.
I think it was Simon who was commenting on his channel that there are some Canon patents for an actual physical glass filter that goes in front of your sensor. Correct?
Well, the only bad thing with that is if you slide in a glass filter and that filter is not perfectly clean and it has dust on it and you slide it in your camera, now that dust could migrate somewhere else in the camera. And that would be my only concern in doing that is, I mean, as they say, what happens, right? So you think it's clean, you're looking at it, you think it's clean, but it's not really clean. Now you stick it in the camera and, what if that piece of dust ends up on your sensor somehow or something?
Well, and you can imagine, Jeff, I mean, that you need to clean the screen, correct? But if the particle, let's say, of grease is in the backside between the ND filter and your sensor, there's no way you can clean it, correct? You're screwed.
Yeah.
So anyway, but that's what I asked the question, correct? Certainly, implementation of an electronic ND filter, but that's almost like a game, correct? It's like a game.
That's just fake filter. That's a fake filter.
It's a fake filter, correct? Because it's like reducing the sensitivity of the sensor, correct?
So anyway, lenses used to have rotatable filters built into the lens.
I like this idea for heat problems.
Yes.
Z-Way, it's nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing okay.
Sell the bugs to Alan Wallet. What's his name? That bug guy.
Yeah.
So what else, guys? What else do we want?
I'd like to have the camera in two parts. The sensor and all the controls in a separate module.
Yeah, I would love to have a transmitter in there where you can take phone calls while you're taking pictures. And I like to have a little TV, so if I get bored waiting for a darn bird to show up, I can put on the earphones and watch a little TV. Why haven't they made any solar I mean, they have solar panels, and then you can connect it with a dummy battery to the camera.
Yeah.
But why haven't they done anything like that where it keeps the battery going for a while? You know, they do it with calculators. Why don't they do it with cameras?
I think the camera uses a lot more power.
Okay.
The
Is
camera
that,
uses more power.
Hey,
than
they
the
got
phone.
it on cars, so
yeah, but
Yeah, but they don't work on cars. That's only a supplemental power. You can't power an EV car off solar panels that are on the car.
they got one in Europe, but it's all
Yeah,
solar panel.
That's only a boost to the batteries. It's not the source
Well,
of main power.
The car's the size of a shoebox, though. That's the problem.
and no room for luggage.
Yeah.
But anyway, so guys, that was the intent of this wish list. We know we have fantastic cameras, and I think a lot of people
Got some
have
great cameras these days. We all spoil.
exactly. We just
Yeah.
need to take more photos. But on the other hand, technology advances, correct? And we have been discussing today, and it's good to have an idea where we want to see some of the things, correct?
Yeah, it's just going to be interesting what they. Oh yeah, the cameras were brass. That's what it is. I don't know why I said copper. They were brass. Yeah.
It's copper in brass.
Thank you, Robert. I had a brain fart. I'm thinking I'm thinking brass, but I'm saying copper.
You had me confused too.
Yeah.
Used to machine cameras out of solid brass lumps.
So Z-Wave's got a comment in here. People were complaining about Z8 overheating, so I tested, recorded 4K macro time lapse of muffins rising in the oven, and I'm sad to say the Z8 does overheat under unreasonable conditions. The Z8 just didn't like taking a picture of a muffin, so it revolted.
Didn't like being in the oven.
Yeah.
Mine Z8 hasn't not overheated yet, but I'm sure all cameras that generate heat lose some of their noise abilities.
There will be a limit there, right?
Well, I had a problem with one camera, but the more I used it, I think the weather sealing or whatever got loose, and so it didn't overheat as much. So
just leaked a lot.
Yeah. I had a problem with the Z
brass cameras, though. I'd go back to brass cameras.
All right, guys.
I don't mind the weight, but then I'm a big guy, I mean, so it's easy for me to say, but I don't, because I'm a larger than average person. The big cameras don't bother me. But I will tell you, my back is finally getting better. My upper back was hurting me, and partly, I know part of it was because I was shooting with the 800 PF on the beach with Tim at the skimmers. And, lots of times when I'm using the 800 PF, I got a strap, hooked into the foot, and I'm kind of holding it while I'm walking, and I'm not holding it up to my face for like forever. But on that particular day, I was holding that 800 up almost nonstop for hours.
But that's not a very heavy lens.
And I think that that did not help my back. I think that was like between that and doing my aerobic training on a aircraft carrier, going up and down the narrow stairs the following week. I think between those two things are what really caused my back.
The leotard you were wearing were too tight.
If I got a heavy lens, or heavier lens, you pick it up, you go you take some pictures, you put it down, you pick it up, you put it down. You're not like this for a long period of time. And something to think
I would have brought a monopod or monopod, I mean.
Well, I had a monopod with me that I was using if I was trying to do video. I put it on that, but when I was like following the birds in flight, and then trying to get them landing. You know, I'm doing a lot of I'm doing a lot of movement, and I'm doing it for way too long, and didn't give myself a break. So, you know, I paid for it. You know.
Well, that's what usually happens with me when I came off of vacation and started working again. I was working muscles I wasn't used to, and always had back problems.
So anyway, guys, so this was the list. So I will make some changes certainly on number 1 here, and differentiate the 16-bit and the dynamic range. And I like this the suggestion of larger batteries, certainly for the smaller cameras, or large capacity batteries, and I will make the ND filter. So I think it's a good discussion, correct? Have we seen the new camera coming? Let's see what happened, correct? How much of this we actually see, and hopefully we'll get some firmware. What I will hate, Jeff, is that they hold on some features like pre-capturing RAW because they want to sell it in the new camera rather than with a camera that is capable of releasing it today, correct?
Yeah, Z9 Mark II or Z9 II or
Just for that feature.
Whatever. Yeah. Well, I think that's a mistake. I think if you're going to come out with a updated version of a Z9, you got to do more than just a few firmware tweaks. You know.
Exactly. Okay. So thank you, guys. Appreciate it. So good discussion here.
Yeah, copper is a phenomenal for heat dissipation. That's why Robert mentioned copper earlier. But obviously, the camera would not
copper and brass, so
would not be for the faint of heart. That's for sure.
It could probably burn you too if it got too hot.
You know,
they're making of lead the camera for heat dissipation.
Yeah, lead. Yeah, then you get lead.
Illegal in California, they'll put cancer on it.
Then you get lead poisoning, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So yeah, they have to put warning stickers. Using this camera could be hazardous to your health. You know, blah blah blah.
And you remember some of these? I think we no longer get those. I think it were some cables that came with a disclaimer about being made of some carcinogenic plastic. So they put some sort of plastic that was not very good for you. That was a big, probably that was more like avoiding any future lawsuit type of thing. So anyway, very good.
Thank you for putting that list together. It gave us some good conversation. Some good conversation.
And I have something else for in about an hour, so that takes us to the end of the show.
I got a few things that I'll bring up from Nikon rumors.
And your video.
And I do have a little presentation to do as well. Let me just hit this news a little bit, and then I'll throw the presentation in because it's not a lot. Nikon Rumors is throwing out a statement, that Nikon UK Professional Services is having a roadshow, 2024 roadshow, scheduled for June. And then they put in as a question, to introduce the rumored Z6 III, ? So who knows? How many times have we heard? Remember that photo trip that people were being invited to months ago, and they thought the Z6 III was going to be there,
the Canary Islands,
and it wasn't on the island. Yeah, the 180 to 600 is now in stock at Paul's Photo as of May 13th. Who knows? That's when I saw that news, but it's now the 19th, so they may not have any left. But Adorama started a new promotion where you can get up to 5 times the bonus points on purchases site-wide from now through the end of June with the Adorama Edge credit card. So if you have an Adorama Edge credit card and you want to get some extra points, and go buy some stuff. Go buy some stuff. Luis is in here. Hello. Good morning. Now, Pro Photo, they came out with what they're calling their Pro-D3 750 watt second monolight LED with an LED modeling lamp, built-in air connectivity, 0.01 to 5 second, 0.01 to 0.5 second recycling time, 1/75,000th of a second freeze mode flash duration. So I'm assuming that's there for working with the Sony A9 III. 11 stop power range, sync, TTL, HSS, and remote control, etc. $3,000, $29.95. What a bargain! Buy it now. And the new, I'm a little surprised at this. I guess the new Nikon Z mount 28 to 400 f4 to f8 VR lens, they say, is in short supply. It's selling good. It's $1299.95. That's not a lens that I thought was going to attract a huge audience, but I guess it
Very
is.
strange lens, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a strange lens, and it's just the killer for me is just the well, it's a good camera if you have good light. I mean, you're not gonna
Travel lens.
Yeah, you're not going to use it at half hour after sunrise.
It's small though, so everything's got compromises.
Yes, everything is a compromise. Yeah, and while some of us may cringe, others will say, "Hey, ain't a problem for me. I'm good with it." You know, I mean, we're all different, right? So one
Canon's 800 millimeter f11.
Yeah,
I didn't think that would sell.
yeah. So we got 12:06 a.m. So we are into Sunday morning. Well, here in the U.S. on the East Coast, we're into Sunday morning now. So yes, we will continue. Obviously, discussions will continue until 2 a.m. as usual, if we can make it that long. Yeah, it's there's a little talk in here about the 35 1.2.
I'm not sure about that lens. It'd be nice to have for street photographers, but at 1.2, it's going to be huge. It doesn't make. I don't understand it.
And we have Eva that has the 28 to 400. Right?
Okay.
And then she have been using that. So Eva, you need to submit some other photos to the photo review. So
Eva, we're going to rope you into doing a presentation.
Exactly.
On the show. You need to come on, man. You need to come on the panel and put together a little slideshow presentation with some sample photos and show some images you've been taking under what conditions and share it with everybody, because
that's an interesting lens.
That would be a nice conversation. So if you're really, really bored and you want to become a movie star, come on the show, because everybody that's on the panel has been offered contracts with the big studios in Hollywood, but we just don't want to divest from this channel, so we've been turning down the money and we just stay on the show. That's how it works. That's how we've been doing it. And if you believe that, I have some perfectly good swampland in Florida that you can build a house on too. But yeah, if you're willing to come on and talk about it, consider it. Let me, send me an email and consider it.
Exactly.
I'll throw my email up here quick so you can.
Need to find someone that owns it to borrow one. An interesting lens.
Yeah, it can only improve the quality of the show, Jeff. Correct?
Absolutely. Like I said, one thing that somebody might go about, somebody else is going, oh, it's fantastic, because everybody has a different, as our friend says, has a different use case, right? So everybody, that's what's great about photography, and that's a thing that I try to check myself on is remembering my roots and remembering how I started and remember what I had when I started, because, you know, I mean, when I was buying my first, what I considered a real camera, I mean, my only income was a paper route. I had 2 paper routes. Now you don't even have paper boys anymore. You don't have paper routes. The
You don't
grown up
have papers.
the grown-ups still, yeah, don't have newspapers hardly anymore. And if they do, it's the adults putting the papers in the tube underneath your mailbox type of thing. You know, you don't have kids doing it anymore. But that's, I mean, so when your source of income is paper routes, you're not buying camera bodies and 3 or 4 lenses, because you don't. Well, I think between 2 paper routes, I was maybe making $20 a week. $20 a week. You don't buy a lot of camera gear even back then for $20 a week. I'm going to share my my pitch, my little presentation. I did a little thing on Willets, and I'm not talking about, you know, I'm not talking about Willis from that TV show. I'm talking about Willets, not Willis. What you talking about, Willis? Okay, what you talking about, Willet? So let me get that up here, and this will be, we'll see how this works. It's always fun. I know the last time I did this, I had a few problems. Give me a few minutes here. Let's see what comes up. And okay, so if I make it big, unfortunately, I should have had my laptop hooked up too, but I don't. So I can't make this full screen, because then I won't be able to read I won't be able to click through the pictures. But, you know, talk about the Willet. And if you look up any of bird guides down here, it says it's a non-migrator along the Carolina coast. That doesn't mean that it isn't in other parts of the country. It just means that the ones that are along the Carolina coast stay along the Carolina coast. So a Willet's about 14 to 16 inches in size. In the winter, it's gray with a white belly and a rich, warm brown during the breeding season. It has a straight bill, straight gray bill and gray legs, but its most distinctive markings are these black and white wing linings, which you don't see unless it opens up its wings or is flying. And that helps you identify it basically in a millisecond. You see the pattern in the wings and you go, that's a Willet, you know, because there are other birds that are similar in size that have straight beaks. There are also some other birds that are similar in size that the beak may curve down ever so slightly. So it can get a little confusing to figure out what kind of bird you have. The nests are what they call ground nests. The female builds, and they have only 1 brood per year. So, you know, if they have something happen to, you know, that initial laying of the eggs and something happens, and then they just don't have any children that year, you know, that's it. They do 1 brood per year. 3 to 5 olive green eggs with dark markings. The incubation period, actually, for a lot of these shorebirds, the incubation periods are very common, usually within, you know, 3 to 4 weeks. So this is 24 to 28 days. Male and the female share those duties, and they fledge in only 1 to 2 days, because, you know, which is pretty amazing, the fledge in 1 or 2 days. Both adults feed the young. Now, that isn't every bird species doesn't do that. In some cases, you know, only the female may lay on an egg. Maybe maybe the male brings the food, you know, and but there are a fair amount of birds where the male and the female share the rearing and feeding duties for the young. They eat insects, small fish, crabs, worms, and clams. So this first image that you see is, I got to move my first image that you see is just a single bird with its mouth open a little bit. And these were taken with the 800 PF. And because I was doing video and they had some unusual behavior, which I thought might have been mating related, I did not want to get too close with the camera. I didn't want to disturb their behavior. This is with the 800, but this is a fairly cropped image that you're going to see, because I felt it was more important to not disturb their behavior and shoot from a distance and just deal with, I get what I get type of thing, So what's interesting with what you'll see in these stills is this pair it's kind of like almost having one of them somebody glued one to the other. I mean, their behavior, their mannerisms, their motions that they made, whether it be flying or walking briskly, they were like really right on top of each other the whole time. And you'll see that more so when I show the video clip. But they are right there with each other through this event. I mean, here they're walking at this point, and you almost think it's one bird because they're right side by side, right next to each other. Maybe what I'll do here temporarily is I'll make the screen a little bit bigger, just temporarily. But yeah, you could see the two heads right there. But
yeah,
I mean, they are really lock and step with each other. And so they were really, and what in this case, what I saw these walking back from a jetty. I walked about, my friend Bob has an e-bike, so he rides the e-bike on the beach. He gets to the jetty in, 5 minutes or 5 minutes, I think, 1.6 miles, 1.8 miles, something like that. And then he has to wait a half hour for me to show up. But so we took pictures at the jetty, and then he rides back on the bike, and I'm obviously trudging through the sand, walking back to the parking lot, and I run into things when I'm walking back. So sometimes I'm really a long time. We got walkie talkies, and he says, "Jeff, where are you? Jeff, you okay? Where are you?" I go, "Oh, I ran into such and such a bird. I'm taking some pictures, and sometimes he's waiting quite a while for me to get back to the parking lot." But you could see them just really, really tagging along here.
Is the nickname for the willets kind of like sandpipers?
No, sandpipers is a different bird altogether.
Okay.
But is it the same wading bird family?
Yeah.
Okay.
Group. It's not even the same family. But they're basically, Jeff, they're basically shadowing each other, correct? A part of the ritual?
Yeah, shadowing each other the whole way. So this is going to be a short video clip where you're going to see that behavior even more. Now, unlike the last time I did one of these presentations, I just took the video clip straight out of basically straight out of camera. I didn't edit it at all. These birds were moving so fast, I wasn't going to do that. So I sucked it into Final Cut Pro. I did knock down the exposure a little bit because it was a little bit on the hot side, a little bit too bright. Knocked down the exposure a little bit. I slowed down the speed. I was shooting 4K 120. I slowed it down so that you could actually see them moving and not get whiplash, because they're just moving like crazy. So I'm going to start this video, and then what I'll do is once I start it, I'll switch to full screen here to make it a little bit easier for everybody to see. There's no sound. Okay, I didn't do any narration. So here they were on the beach, fairly close to the water. and they're running up to where the beach ends, and you start hitting the dune area where they would be nesting, where you have some grasses and you have the dunes, and they're just following each other. Right up, kind of right up to the edge, where you can you can see the grasses, in the image, but they're just trotting, following each other. Then they stop and they just kind of look around a little bit but they're definitely enjoying each other's company.
Are they looking for a nest right now, or
no? No. I think if they probably at this point they probably already have a nesting area. They probably haven't laid any eggs. I think they're kind of going through the courtship process, is my opinion, what they're doing right now. So they may not have a nest yet. I think they're just trying to get to know each other, but their behavior is funny because they go from the beach area, they run up to the dunes, then they turn around and run back to the beach area again, then they run up to the dunes, and then in between they'll do some flying, and then sometimes they get a little bit aggressive, kind of almost like they're going at each other a little bit with the flying. Somewhere in here you'll see that blob to the left of them. That's a cannonball jellyfish that washed up on the beach. They have no interest in pecking on that or trying to eat it or anything. It's just laying there.
oh wow.
So then they start running back again. And it's just the funniest thing to watch. It's like, you guys like, what are you doing? I mean, they're just, at least this time they did a little flying, and then they'd stop, and then they'd fly a little bit, and then they'd stop. But the behavior was definitely fun to watch, and I hadn't seen it before. Then they go running again, and look how close they are.
All right. So can you tell between if it's male or female, or between the two? Because they look like the same size.
Yeah, I don't know that you can tell without getting up close and personal. Which there's that same cannonball jellyfish. So they run back to on the same path. It's really funny.
But Jeff, I mean, traditionally type of display, correct, like you were having here, is interpreted as testing the stamina of the potential breeder, correct? So no, it's very interesting behavior.
Yeah, it's interesting, and
I mean, you can imagine if the two birds that are going to breed don't have that level of stamina of chasing each other, flying a little bit, chasing each other, they are not going to be good at raising the chicks, correct?
Yeah, and when they are flying, you could see that wing pattern I was talking about. That's really pretty. But that's really, like I said, there are other birds that are similar in size with straight beaks, and maybe the beaks are slightly shorter. But as soon as you see that wing pattern, you know what it is.
Exactly. And willets sometimes are with other wedding birds, correct? You can see these two are doing all these separate from a larger group, correct?
Yeah.
So there is some pairing that is happening here.
Yeah.
Do they mate for life?
I don't know about this one.
I don't know. I didn't read anything that said that they did, but it doesn't. I'm not sure.
Okay.
You only get so much information and that's it. I just wanted to share this with everybody. I thought it was a little bit interesting. I think once in a while, what I'll do is I'll pick a different species every once in a while and do a little 5-minute thing on a certain bird for those of you that aren't into birding, and so that when you go to the beach and you see something, you'll say, hey, I know what that sucker is. I know what that is.
And we can keep converting people into nature photography and wildlife photography.
Yeah, we're trying. I mean, Roy was getting the hang of it.
Trying, but poorly.
No, but that's what I said over here. That is part of the interest on nature photography is actually what Jeff just shows here, correct? Is yes, the animal is pretty, okay, but it's all the behavior and trying to figure out why and what does it mean for the natural history, okay? In terms of, is this part of their breeding courtship thing? And if they do it because that's a way to testing which are good gene to pass along, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I never saw anything quite like that, and it was that is on that particular beach, as is on a lot of the beaches in South Carolina, where they have like the dunes. In the case of this beach, the dunes got severely damaged due to storms, and unfortunately, much to my dismay and anger, is they did not rebuild the dunes on the beach that's within the park. They rebuilt the dunes in the tourist areas behind the hotels. So they fixed the dunes there. And then when I questioned, well, why didn't they fix the dunes or rebuild up the dunes in the state parks? And they go, oh, well, nature will take care of that on its own. So, another stupid comment by the Park Service that, their favorite saying is let nature be nature, unless it's convenient for them to take over and not let nature be nature.
Exactly.
But, you'll go and you build up the dunes around all the hotels. Well, because, you got to get the tourist dollars, right? You got to everything look perfect for them. But, when you're in the state park, it's okay to let it go. It's okay not to fix it. But, they'll have the string lines running where the dunes were. And there are birds that are still nesting there because they're used to going back to the same spot every year. So whether the dunes are in good shape or bad shape, they still show up. And unfortunately, I will call out, not by name, but I'll call out and just say, shame on all the photographers that I see that ignore the string lines and crawl in between them and go in the nesting areas to get that up close shot of them on their nests, or possibly with their young or the eggs. It's embarrassing as a photographer who cares about nature, gets very infuriated by those who disregard these nesting areas and abuse things because they think they're better than everybody else, and all it takes is a few people like that have a camera that give photographers in general a bad name, and then everybody says, well, all you photographers are like this, all you photographers disturb the nests and scare the birds and do this and do that. So for those of you, if you know any people that do that, Bob and I, when we're within earshot, we have actually taken people to task and called them out when they're doing stupid things like letting their kids throw rocks at alligators because the kids don't think they're real. We've seen that too. The dad's walking ahead, their kids are picking up pebbles and throwing them at the alligators which are only 10 feet away from them, because they're not moving, Dad. We don't think they're real. We think they're fake. And they start throwing rocks at alligators and they think that's a good idea. And the dad isn't smart enough to know that gator's close enough that in a split second, that gator could turn around and eat your kid.
And they can run.
Might not be much of a loss.
Yeah, and it's going to take an awful tragedy for some of these Turons, as they like to call them in Yellowstone, to smarten up and realize, what lives in nature isn't your pet. Everything isn't your pet, and everything isn't friendly, and everything doesn't want you on top of it. So
Jeff, thank you very much. I love the cameo, or the special cameo on the Willets. I think that's a good way of, and I do appreciate it. So thank you.
Yeah. So
I went to the Audubon Society, and they show what's common, what's uncommon. So the breeding part is like between Canada and the United States, and partly Wyoming and Oregon, and parts of California. So they do the breeding up there, but then they hang out all seasons. I'm trying to figure out, and they show the migration to the upper north where they breed and then they come back. So
Yeah.
that's interesting.
Well, when National Geographic does their specials and like say when they're following the migration pattern of the monarch butterflies and stuff like that, and you have, I don't know how many tens of thousands of monarch butterflies that all settle down in one area, and of course their numbers are diminishing, as is the bird population is diminishing between bird flu and man's intervention with building homes and stuff like that, and ruining their natural habitat, taking over their natural habitat. You're seeing the effect. I mean, a friend of mine, very, very excellent bird photographer. He goes to him and his wife's anniversary. I won't say the date, but let's just say on their anniversary, they go to Florida every year. And he has a brother that lives in Florida. They may stay with him for a day or two, say hi, do some, but he's constantly shooting and going to a lot of the different wildlife areas in Florida. And you have Brian Piccolo Park, which is a very common area where you see the burrowing owls, the small owls that pop out of the ground, and they have, stakes that mark their area, and they do have probably some string lines and stuff, but it's not hard to get beautiful shots of these owls, baby owls out of the ground. And so he goes there, and there's a number of other locations that he goes to when he's in Florida. And so when he came back, there was nothing at our local park. I mean, literally nothing. And I said, well, don't you wish you were back in Florida again? And he says, well, I'm not saying that there weren't a lot of birds in Florida, but he said this year compared to last year, he says, I really think there were only like 25% the amount of birds as there were the year before and the year before that. So there's a significant decrease in the bird population overall. And I mean, people, we need to understand why, because, everything in nature, there's a cause and effect, I mean, if you have an imbalance and you start ending up with species of any kind of, whether it be, a mammal or a bird or fish species or whatever, you got to understand what's going on so that we could try to reverse it and make sure that we don't have all these creatures going extinct in the next 10 years. It's a scary thing. He said, I still got, he got tons of great pictures. I mean, a heck of a lot more pictures, in a 1 or 2 week trip than I get the whole year where I am. But it's just sad to see, when you've been, the difference in the available subject matter from 6 years ago versus today is night and day. I mean, it's nothing like it was 6 years ago when I came down here. I mean, totally different. It's sad. It's just not. It's not good. Not good at all. But
Of course,
anyway,
we also have been going through the bird flu that is killing a lot of birds, correct?
yeah. Yeah, and that seems to be now not a once in a while thing. That's like a every year thing now too. I mean, you used to only hear it once in a while, but now it's like all the time. So that's not good. And I never usually put this up, but if you enjoy being part of this community, send us a like or a comment, send me an email, and like I tried to persuade everybody, I think a few shows ago, is if there's things that you would like to see changed in the format, or things that you wish we talked about that we don't talk about enough, and you want us to talk about certain things more often. I can't read minds. I try to service the community. I try to with my friends here on the panel,
And me.
who, Roy is a special case. We just let him come on because he's from Australia, and we figure he needs to have some friends in the United States, so we let him come on the show. But we love Roy. We love having him on the show. We're glad he's back in the saddle again on the show with us, because we did miss him quite a bit, and we miss Chuck. We want him to get back on the show and get back on his own show as soon as possible, because Chuck has a unique perspective, a different perspective than some of us, and it's entertaining and it's a lot of fun, and we all want to see him back as soon as possible as well. So but like I said, we're trying to mix things up. We're trying to do some things different. We're trying to get presentations. We're trying to get people to volunteer to put things together. And we culminate our series of shows for the month with that photo review the first Saturday of every month. And I think that is has worked out wonderfully. And I think I mentioned earlier that we're already at 32 images, with basically almost 2 weeks left before we do that show. Last week, I think we had the last month we had like 80 images we went through, which was a record. I don't mind. I will stay up and do every single picture. So if the 5-hour show turns into a 6-hour show, it turns into a 6-hour show.
Provided it arrives the day before the show.
Yes, get them to me the day before the show. The last thing I want to do is to have crunch time in the last 12 hours before the show, trying to get everything in order, and in the right order, and getting all that set up. So I do appreciate it. Like I said, everybody knows when the next show is. Everybody knows when the next show is going to be 3 months from now. So when we finish one photo review, send me photos for the next month, the next day. I don't care. Makes it easier on me, to have 32 images already in the queue with 2 weeks to go. Takes a lot of pressure off of me. It makes it a lot easier for me to handle, a lot easier for me to do. So I do appreciate people sending in the stuff staggered, and I know, and rightfully so, I know we have some people that are in a completely different time zone, like Roy is, and they like to send their pictures in the day before, because I show them in the order in which I get them. So they like to send them in the day before, because they're going to tune in near the end of the show, and they want theirs shown at the end. And I have no problem with that whatsoever. I understand that. I don't want to make you be here at 9 o'clock Eastern time on the East Coast of the United States, when it's maybe 3 o'clock in the morning where you are and you're in bed. So no problem with you guys continuing to send your images in, so they're in that last group of photos, so that you could tune in, at 11 o'clock at night Eastern time, or midnight, and we're didn't get to your photos yet. So that works okay with me. I have no issues with that at all.
And the next one will be June 1st.
June 1st. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and we'll throw that up here again quick. June 1st. And so yeah, I mean, it's if it wasn't so much effort for everyone, because I know it's an effort for you guys. I know even when everybody probably figures, oh, I already know what I'm going to have for next month of my own work next month, the month after, whatever. No, it doesn't work that way. Sometimes I'm near the end. I'm working on everybody else's stuff, and then I'm sitting there like, oh, I didn't even pick anything for me yet, and I'm doing it last minute, and I'm like, do I really have anything worth showing? Maybe I'll find something, and I find a few measly pittances of photographs to share with you guys, but it's we all enjoy it. I think we all enjoy it
for sure.
Z-Wade wants to have a scoop, the latest scoop. You sure you meant to say scoop and not poop? The latest poop on the pigeon situation. Next week, a world-shaking expose. Yeah, there's.
We're overrun here in San Antonio, so at the Riverwalk, you go and eat. Might as well make another plate for the birds because they're going to land right there and try to take food while you're eating.
Pigeons are the one bird I really don't like because I think they're just really stupid. And you're going to say, well, that isn't nice to say, Jeff, but they're not the fastest flyers in the world, and yet they'll stick themselves on the top of a dead tree, like right out in open for a predator, a prey bird, to pick them off. And it's like, you guys should be hiding. You should be like in the middle of a tree with branches so you're not seen so easy, and you're not smart because you're not fast, and you're at the top of a bare tree and you're thinking that no one's going to eat you. That's like me going out in the ocean and taking a knife and cutting my arm and jumping in and thinking that I'm not going to have a shark that's going to come and pay me a visit.
It's not only sharks now.
Yeah, that's not very smart. Not very smart thing. Those pigeons are just not, they're not with it, man. They're not with it. So I broke down, and I'm going to blame Gustavo. I broke down and I got the 600 PF above my egg-shaped head on the shelf. There is a 600 PF, which arrived basically maybe 20 minutes before I started the show. So I have not taken it out of the box yet, and I'm not going to do an unboxing live because that's like boring as all hell. And everybody knows what the lens looks like because the guy over there, two over, has one and has been using one for a long time and teasing me with all these fantastic photos he takes. And so I said, okay, I only live once. I don't think I'm coming back reincarnated as anything.
Exactly.
With my luck, I'd come back as a slug or something. I wouldn't come back as a human. So I figured, well, I'll break down, but I still keep in my 500. So
Your choice. No,
So
I would like to see your. I would like to hear your impressions when you get it out.
Well, my impression carrying that box up the stairs was it's very light.
Exactly.
So that's without even taking it out of the box. My impression is it's very light, much so like the 500 is, and definitely a perfect walk around lens. I mean, the 800 isn't bad, but the 800 can be bad if you did what I did, where you're so focused on something going on that you're holding it up the whole time, and you're tracking, and you're not stopping, and you're not taking a break. A 500 or a 600, the weight is so light that if you were to do that same stupid thing that I did, you probably would not have any aches or pains. You'd probably be fine. But
no, and of course it's the dimension, correct? I mean, I just have in my mind you and Bob walking into the stairs of the
hand in hand
of the carrier with a big lens that doesn't fit well.
No, I did not have. I had my ZF with my 24 to 120 on the aircraft carrier. I did not have I did not bring any large glass with me that day. But the funny thing is like, I mean, he has bad knees, and so we were going down into the ship, and he says, "Well, with my knees, I don't want to go down in the forward direction. I don't want to go down looking down as I go down because my knees aren't very good." He went down going backwards, so I had to say, "Whoa, stop! Be careful, because your head is going to get clobbered by the top."
The beans.
So you got to duck your head so you don't knock your head off. And so he ducked he says, "Well, I could feel it on my shoulder." He could feel the opening on his shoulder, so he ducked down. And but yeah, guys our size and our age are not meant to be going up and down these narrow stairs on aircraft carriers and destroyers, believe me.
You know what? If you look at those old movies of the Second World War, and you look at those B-25 and all the B-17, I mean, getting into the planes was a act of, gymnastic, right? You have to pull yourself to a little hole to get into the plane. That's definitely a young man skills that you needed for doing that.
But what you think about it when you look like my dad, well, I mean, I'm not a big historian when it comes to military history per se, but my dad served in World War II, and he was a Navy veteran. And so when Bob said, "Oh, I want to go to Patriots Point," which is a naval and maritime museum, I said, "Yeah," because my dad was in the service, he was in the Navy, so I have some interest in ships. And but I knew a few people that were in the service that were on submarines when I went back in the, let's see, trying to think now, that I knew back in the late 70s to late 80s, and I knew two guys that were on subs for a long, long time. And let me tell you, it does weird stuff to people being on a sub in the service. Really is. One of them was incredibly intelligent, but let's just say did a fair amount of illegal substances, and then but was smart as a tack, extremely smart. And the other guy was scared of everything, scared of spiders, scared of bugs, scared of everything. I mean, literally, if he saw a spider, he would back away from it. He was so scared of spiders. So interesting. People that served on subs for long periods of time don't always come out of the subs the same person that they were, but when they first went in. Let's put it that way.
But you can imagine those stairs in aircraft carrier.
But you know what? Find a picture of people in World War II where you had a fat sailor.
Exactly.
There are no fat sailors.
No.
They're all pencil thin, and most of them were shorter. They weren't 6 feet tall. Many of them were shorter.
Exactly.
Which made it easier for them to move around on a ship that was like tight like that. So they were all perfectly thin. Some of them might have been 6 feet, but most of them were less than 6 feet tall. And you couldn't find a fat sailor anywhere if you were looking for one,
I remember the story with David Robinson where he kept growing and he was so tall, they just let him retire or get out of the service quick. But yeah.
And Jeff, I think you and Robert, who work close to NASA or in NASA, at one point they have for the astronaut court, they have a height limit, correct? They didn't want to have people that were too tall.
Well, they don't want them heavy either, because payload, you're whether you want to be called payload or not, you're part of the payload.
Exactly.
So they don't want a 300-pound guy on the payload. They want some skinny guy. They want somebody that weighs like 150. They don't want some guy that's 300 pounds on a 300-pound astronaut.
Exactly.
that they well where Robert still works now, they make the spacesuit. They made the spacesuit there. So
That's right.
you have certain size hard upper huts, they call them, hard upper torso, I believe is what that stood for. And yeah, you have, as he says, you have size limits for spacesuits. You only have so many sizes, so you don't have the 300-pound astronaut size. It doesn't exist. So if you're a big guy, you're, as they say, blank out of luck. You're not going to be in an astronaut suit.
Yeah, so they say, okay, you fit into the suit, you are accepted. you are in.
Yeah, he says they had designed an extra small suit, but it never got used. And then there were U.S. astronauts did at times use Russian cosmonaut suits, and the Russians wore U.S. space suits as well. So they were both familiar with each other's suits.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So he says now we just have medium, large, and extra large. Yeah, so I would need at least a 2XL.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Adding numbers.
Hey, Robert, you could let NASA know I'm willing to go up in space, but they would have to make a suit for me that would fit, because the odds of me getting into an XL or a large, those days are gone.
You have to start adding numbers in the front. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, it's like you'll have to take 2 larges and cut them in half, and then join them. 2 extra larges and join them together.
No, but what I was talking, you correct on the aircraft carriers. Correct, all these narrow corridors, and those sailors will up and down, sweeping through that. But it's the same in the airplanes. Correct, people fitting into those turret for the machine guns. I mean, you watch one of those, and you say, "What the? It's impossible to fit there."
Robert wants to know how tall I am. 6'2". 6'2".
They make it one for you.
No, if my wife and I in this respect are 180 degrees out of phase. I'm the adventuresome person. Ava's taking off. Good night, Ava. Have a good one.
Yeah, you see, she's going on an assignment. 24.
Okay.
Oh, she got the 28 to 400.
Yeah.
Wow.
So yeah, consider, let me know. Consider doing a little pitch, because that's what makes the community a community, is we're all participating in it.
But you see, she raised you a challenge. You have to do the 600 PF.
Yeah. Well, what I'm hoping to do is, I don't know. I'm having trouble getting good information. I want to go back to Wrightsville Beach in North Carolina, where I got the skimmer shots and the least turn shot sitting on the egg. But the problem is that the terns lay their eggs. The skimmers are the last ones of the group to lay the eggs. Okay, they're you got the oyster catchers, you got different species, you got 2 or 3 different species of terns, and you have the skimmers, and the skimmers are the last ones to mate. They're the last ones to have the eggs. And it's like I was hoping that I could time a trip, not knowing at the time that was the case, trying to go there and get pictures of all of them with either on eggs or with young ones, or, teaching them how to get food and flying and stuff like that. But it isn't going to work that way, because the skimmers are the Johnny come latelys, so they're, I might have to make more than one trip out there. So I might have to go there once to get the baby terns, and then go another time to get the baby skimmers, which,
after the Memorial holiday.
Yeah, I think it would be best to, I'm pretty sure I would see baby terns there if I went there this week to be honest with you, because there was that egg that I saw, a few weeks ago. So there's a chance that there might be, but it would be better probably the first week of June.
And those are super cute, the little ones, correct? You have seen the video from Mr. Pinochet or Mr. Chu, correct? That, I mean, all the parent feeding the baby turns, the chicks. They're super cute. Hey, Robert is telling you that if you go to space there, you will grow to 6.3, 6.4. That's true, correct?
Oh, wow. Will I get thinner? Well, I guess I'd get thinner because I'm eating the dehydrated food. So that would probably make me not want to eat as much.
Yeah, but you get all this decompression on your spine, so you grow taller, correct?
Yeah, they have the they do have the astronauts do have ice cream, believe it or not, in space, but it's not what you or I would find. We had a gift. I'm sure it's still there. They had a gift shop there where they used to sell some of the foods that the astronauts would eat that you could buy and try them if you wanted to.
Oh my God!
You get thinner from throwing up for the first couple of days.
Special kind. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I'm between me and the wife. I'm game to try almost anything and do stuff that one might consider risky. She is a 100% zero risk person. We were joking. I could look it up on my phone, but I don't know if you folks. I'm a big movie. You guys probably know I'm a big movie buff. So the woman in the first Jaw movies, the young woman who ran off the beach and went into the water, and was the first victim of the shark.
Oh yeah.
Remember that scene where she got dragged and hit the marker buoy that was out in the water? She was hanging on to that, trying to hang on to that. And, eventually she got chomped up.
See, Jeff, I remember that she got naked before going into
I was trying not to introduce that she was naked. I'm trying to be proper here. But okay, she was naked. She passed away. She was 77 years old. She passed away.
Oh.
So people were saying that that scene, being the first, Jaws movie, had such an effect that small part that she had such an effect because
exactly.
it was so real looking that many people never went back in the ocean after that. And I can tell you, my wife is one of them. She has not gone in the ocean since I took her to see that movie.
Small role, big impact.
Small role, big impact. Absolutely. Absolutely. She'll always be remembered as being that beautiful young woman who got eaten by Bruce, the fake shark.
And that's why, because she went naked into the sea. You can never go naked in the movie. You die.
If she was wearing clothes, the shark would have said, "Too much fiber. I'm not going to bother."
Exactly.
But
wasn't he the same director that did Saving for Private Ryan too?
Yeah.
Spielberg.
Yeah. So even the opening scene when they were going to the beaches, a lot of people brought back memories that fought in the movie.
Yeah.
Bad. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I went to this Naval Maritime Museum in near Charleston, called Patriots Point, and I had never been there before. I had gone to some of the what do you call it? Drawing a blank. Land areas where they had where they had guns, shooting at ships that were coming in. Bunkers. So I went to some of the bunkers, but I never had gone to this particular place, and they had recreated. I have no reason not to believe it. I was too young when Vietnam. I was old enough when Vietnam occurred to know what happened and to see what happened, what was shared on TV and that type of thing. but I wasn't old enough to get drafted. But they had a Vietnam exhibit on 5 acres of land near these ships where they had tanks, old Jeep, helicopters, medical helicopters, the larger helicopters that would, not a Chinook, I think they call it a Sea King or something, but Marines, they had large helicopters that they'd fit troops in. They had the medical helicopters. They had simulated huts that they built for like doing operations on people and places where they would eat and stuff like that. And they had very realistic sound effects and the music blaring like you would hear in the movies, like, Good Morning Vietnam, or, that kind of thing. And from what I saw in those displays, I said to myself, and like I said, with the blaring music and the sounds of explosions and gunfire and things like that to simulate the conditions that those people were in, I said to myself, boy, if you were someone that were actually in that war and were very distressed, which many soldiers were when they came back, you wouldn't want to see that exhibit. It would probably not be a good thing for you to see that exhibit. And me never having been in a war, it had an impact on me walking through it and seeing it. And I never been to war, but if I was, someone that was in that war, I probably would not want to see that exhibit. Would be too close to home, be too close to what you went through,
Exactly.
But for someone who did not experience that event in real time, it's an interesting exhibit to see. So if you're in my neck of the woods, it's a, I don't know, couple hour drive, roughly 2 hours, 2.5. But like I said, just more photo opportunities. It's just, you got to travel sometimes, a few hours to go to some different areas.
Well, those places are there to make you think as well, correct?
Yeah, I mean, in some cases, for a non-service person, when you see things like that, or even just go on the ships, or I've gone in a few submarines, at different places over the years, and gone inside a submarine, talk about cramped quarters. It gives you a whole different look upon what these brave men and women went through, and how uncomfortable it was for them. And you really, gives you a better appreciation and gives you more respect for what those folks do, what those folks have done.
For sure.
So it's a good thing to see if you have that opportunity to do so. As a teaser, there are of some of the photos that I've gotten already. There are some very good Aurora Borealis shots from that event from a week or so ago, where people had an opportunity to get those images in parts of the country that they normally would never see it. And some people sent in some very impressive images. So we have that to look forward to in the next photo review.
By the way, if David will be here, I will ask him, because I was reading that sunspot that generated all this aurora, correct? During, I think, a couple of days ago, generated another big plasma discharge, but it was not aiming toward the Earth. But apparently, the life cycle of the sunspot is about, I think they say it's about 2 weeks, correct? So it should be back on our side in about a week. So we may get we need to keep watching the solar weather to see whether we get a repeat performance, because
they're saying that we had almost a keratin event again. because of that sunspot. So we were having some trouble with the internet and some cell phone activity.
Yeah, but it got that sunspot. Is the I think the sun goes around his axis in, I think it's 20, depending whether it's an equator or the pole, between 25 and 28 days, right? And so it may turn out that it comes back again, and it will start potentially having some discharges that can come and interact with the Earth's magnetic field again. Right?
So, Roy, do you know who this mysterious person is?
I've got an idea. Not me.
Yeah,
We had the aurora here in Melbourne, but it was in like a sunset in the wrong direction.
I think I know what Robert is talking about, because I was watching a video today.
Yes.
It says Richard Taddy. Tatti. Richard Taddy.
Not the guy I was thinking of, but
So Jeff, so now that we are at the 1 hour before closing here, let me share this next segment here. Let me see if I can grab it, because I think that will be of, again, general interest to people.
Okay. You want to do it tonight? Okay.
Yeah, the one for the other one for the converters, I save it. So Roy, you have to watch that one next week.
Okay.
But this is on ISO and noise reduction, which we discussed a little bit about noise reduction today. Okay, and the purpose of this, as I explained to Jeff in my email, is the owls, actually, my greyhorn owls, have been active here in my area for the last week. So I have a couple of times go out into the yard, into my backyard, and saw him flying. And a couple of times I have flown in areas that I can locate it back. Correct. So I have put some hours of time watching them, trying not to spook them. And in the process, you experiment with different lenses, different ISOs, and in order to get the best image possible. Correct. So that's the source of this one. Correct. All right. So the test conditions. Okay. So the image were viewed and inspected at the full size, and you will see some of the photos here, at 100% crop and at 200% crop. Correct. So the images you're going to see are all the same. Didn't do that much processing, raw as they came out of the camera, but I'm going to present it to you at the full size at 100% and 200%. Okay. Most of the testing that I was interested in is high ISO. Obviously, you get a good ISO, correct? And I will tell you what I consider good or not so good. It doesn't matter, correct? But when we have to stretch it because we have to use a lens that takes a lot of light, or we have to use converters, then it's important. So they are all. This is mostly taken with the CA and the C800 PF. So they're taken fully open at 6.3 and using, that we were discussing before, auto ISO. So I can only, as I change the shutter speed to get more steady or stable picture, or if the animal is moving or not moving, I change the shutter speed, and then the auto ISO is compensated. So as if I had to go faster, the auto ISO is going to go to the roof, correct?
Right.
And that's the issue that we have. Okay. And sorry, there is a misspell here. So I also tested the, as you see the image, the Photoshop noise reduction versus, or in addition to, the DX RAW 4, which is what I use regularly. Correct. All right. So let's go to the image. Sorry, I think we're a little bit behind. All right. Oh, so I got a message here from. Okay. Let me see if I can advance. Let me move here so you can advance. All right. The condition. So the first test is at ISO 4000, right? Which is actually within, I think it's, I know below 4000, you typically don't get too much problem with the good camera, okay? So this is the full size image, no crop. That's as it came from the camera, correct? And at 4000, you can see good details. I don't see anything glaring, but typically for this type of pictures, as we were talking before, we typically like to do a little bit of a tighter crop, correct? Also, sometimes if you want to show the bird or the animal in the environment, that's okay. But sometimes you want to recompose a little bit or go a little bit close in, okay? So the same image, now at 400 crop, okay? And you can still at 4000, you still see a lot of feather detail, not too bad. You can see the so-called feathers that make the horns. You see some level of detail. So I'm happy. You see reasonably well, and you see on the pine trees here it's fine. And even the cones here, you see some texture. So this is where you start seeing some of the grain, correct? Now we're cropping about 200%. Now, in this case, it's a big animal. There's no need to crop that much. But I tell you, we do a lot of cropping, wildlife photographers, correct? So at this point,
we got one that says he never crops.
exactly, we know.
You know who I'm thinking of?
Yeah, I know, but that's not me. I crop, correct?
No. We know who I'm talking about, though.
Yeah, exactly.
Not anybody that visits the show, but
no.
We know who I'm talking about.
A very renowned photographer.
Yes.
So anyway, so you can see the image is not too bad. And remember, this is actually came from the camera. Now you take it to the wonderful software that we have now. It improved, correct? So this is the same 200% with the new Photoshop noise reduction options, and you can see even at 4000, you still have a lot of preservation of the texture, correct? Somebody like Jeff or me, we like to see that level of detail, correct? You want to be able to see level of detail around the eyes, about the feathers, correct? And you can see here on the pine cone, that you can see even here on the future pine cones. This is where the pollen is going to come. You can see here all some level of texture and detail. Okay, so 4000 so far, and then if you go to DxO raw, you can see, and this is also what I concluded, and that's what I keep using DxO raw. You see even better. I don't know whether that translates well, Jeff. You tell me in through YouTube, but this one as a noise reduction and sharpness for that is much better than the Photoshop. Right?
Yeah, I have not watched the. I have it in my. I've had it in my queue for a long time. I'm embarrassed to say that I haven't had time. Haven't not made the time to watch it. Is Steve Perry had a review on the noise reduction within Lightroom and talked about how he can, make a high ISO image look like something that was like an ISO 400.
Oh,
I have not watched that to see. I mean, I have used the Lightroom noise reduction, but not manipulated it a lot, and fooled with it a lot. So I got to watch his video and see if he did some unique things that I haven't thought of trying yet.
Exactly. But remember, talking about ISO 4000, that was inconceivable not so long ago, correct?
Oh yeah.
So this is great. I'm not saying that anything is wrong. It's just that as a photographer, we want to know what is the limit of what we can do with equipment, correct? And on this test, you will see, I don't know whether it can be seen through the YouTube, but my opinion here, certainly I see some advantage to DxO RAW 4 without any additional tweaking, correct? So using the default parameters. Okay, so now let's go now to the next, which is a more challenging situation. Okay, ISO 2000. So typically 10,000. Sorry, 10,000. 10,000 is a little bit far.
You're getting into the scary zone a little bit.
Exactly, right? So this is the full image. It's still for a full image that you don't have to crop. That still holds very well, right? Remember, this has not been processed as it came from the camera, raw.
Looks good.
It looks good. Now, when you look at the 100%, you start seeing some of the grain. Hopefully, the image is still holding quality, correct? So that is okay, all right. But then at 200%, you can see now almost nothing in terms of details around, and that's to be expected to a degree, correct? This is as it's supposed to work with all the wonders of this modern camera. Now, how they improve through some of these noise reduction, and goes back to what you were what we're talking before, Jeff, that I do like to keep the noise reduction on this special, more powerful machine like our computers, correct?
Yeah, my concern with when we didn't really bring it up when we talked about the desire or the possibility of having ISO noise reduction in camera. My only concern with that is depending on how that gets implemented in camera. You don't want if it's just like an on or off thing.
Exactly.
Then you may not like the algorithms that camera manufacturer used, exactly. And you might end up sacrificing sharpness for noise reduction. You could go too far with the noise reduction, and then you don't have anything that's very sharp anymore. So that's what's nice about doing it in the software is you exactly. have more control over that.
Exactly. So this is the Photoshop noise reduction at 200%. Right? You can see that don't have the same level of definition as we saw before, but you can see again the DxO RAW does a much better job. Actually, these are quite usable at 10,000 ISO, provided there is no other issues. Right? These are still usable photos, right? Which is amazing.
The thing is, it looks what you may look at it, and if someone says, "Well, it doesn't look so good," if you went to print that, it would look better. It would look. You're not going to see the print and just the normal bleeding of the ink dots is going to eliminate a lot of that noise just due to the process of printing.
And not only that this is the photo without processing, but that right. DxO process photo at 100% crop, which is a lot of cropping, correct? It will look fantastic, correct?
Yeah.
So these are kind of conclusions from this test, and I have other tests to share over the coming weeks. Okay, so how much does ISO matters nowadays? So it does matter, correct? So yes. If you want to keep it low ISO, that's fine. But if everything is equal, it matters, but it matters less than before. That's the main issue here. So those people that, hey, I don't want to go above 1,600, that's not the right thing with this modern camera. You can get certainly up to 4,000 without almost no compromise, right? If you use the camera properly, okay? Because we must recognize there are other things that impact image quality, okay? So you want, it's not only ISO, it's appropriate exposure. Remember we were talking about exposing to the right without clipping any highlights, correct? That means that you have maximizing the amount of information that you get from your sensor, okay? you have to avoid subject and camera motion. For those, there is no correction, correct? If you're afraid of the ISO and your subject move and doesn't have the right speed for that movement, or you don't have a steady platform like you were talking, Jeff, that you cannot correct, right?
Yeah, and as many let's say exceptional photographers out there, they'll say, don't worry about the noise, man. You're doing what you got to do to capture the image, because that may be a once in a lifetime image, and you know what, you can live with the noise, because if it's showing something that no one's ever seen before, or something that you caught that no one's ever took a picture of before, no one's going to care about the noise.
Exactly.
No one's going to care about the noise. So, yeah,
So
don't be afraid of the noise, I guess is all I'd say.
Exactly. But be afraid of subject and camera motion. Those are worrying.
Yeah.
So applying noise reduction software is a must. That's my opinion, correct? So, and that's what I differentiate opinion from the observations that I made here. In my opinion, the DxO Raw 4 seems to produce better results than current version of Photoshop. I put in my current workflow all my images, which tend to be on the high ISO side, goes through DxO Raw first and create a DNG file. Right? This test was done using the default parameters for both of the software. As we always talk about here, this thing is a trade-off, correct? Noise versus motion blur, correct? And that could be motion of the animal or motion of the camera. Okay? I typically try to stay in these cameras below ISO 3600, okay? Because it is less work, okay? But you can hardly differentiate an image that is, let's say, 1,000 than a 3,600. By the way, for 4,000 to 10,000 is almost like doubling, correct? So only one stop on ISO. And you can see there is difference. So certainly for the CAC9 up to ISO 3,600, 4,000, things seem to work pretty well.
You know, and then the thing is too, depending on your background element,
Exactly.
depending on your light conditions, you could take some pictures and maybe you're at ISO 15,000, and depending on depending on the color of the subject, in case of a bird, depending on the color of the bird, and a combination of the environmental factors around the bird, one image at ISO 15,000, you may be able to make it look really, really good, but a different image at ISO 15,000, depending on the subject and the background elements, might look horrible.
Exactly.
Horrible.
Exactly. No, the owls are good testing ground, because if they are not bothered by you, like in this case, because I was far away, right? They don't move. So the animal don't move. So I was able to take photos at 1/60 of a second. And those are fantastic. Then you get the benefit of, you can lower your speed. Now you take a small bird that is moving constantly, then you are forced to go to the higher ISO, correct? Because you have to freeze it.
Yeah.
So anyway, I thought that this was a good thing. These are not the best photos. These are photos for the test. I show you some of the good photos of the same encounters, correct? More for the quality. But here, no processing, just to kind of have the opportunity here to discuss this issue or this balance between the trade-off that we have to make with ISO. And certainly, like you were saying, Jeff, to encourage people to go to the ISO that is adequate for the conditions that you have, correct? So anyway,
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. And the thing is that you and you can't always do this, depending on your subject matter, what you're taking pictures of. You sometimes you can't. Especially a subject that's moving. If you've let's just say if you have a static subject, bird, mammal, person, whatever, to just have a better understanding of how your camera works, especially if you're a beginner, is try to find a static subject and understand the exposure triangle. That's probably the most important thing that you need to learn, the relationship between ISO and shutter speed and f-stops.
Exactly.
And then take images that are at the same equivalent exposure, but at different settings.
Mm-hmm.
Take an image with the f-stop, with different shutter speed settings. Take it with different f-stop settings. Well, if it's static, you could just set the shutter speed for a constant. Maybe do auto ISO, right, and then adjust your f-stop. So as you're changing your f-stop to get better depth of field,
Exactly.
your ISO is going to adjust, but your shutter speed is going to stay constant. So take a bunch of shots at different f-stops so you understand how depth of field works. So you can see how much in front or behind your subject is in focus when you're focused on that subject at different aperture settings, because it's theory on paper or theory in reading books it's fine to know the bookwork, but you have to see the result with your images, what you take, making these changes to your camera settings and looking at it on your screen when you get the pictures in there, so you can really understand what your camera is really doing. And before you know it, you just know when you want to shoot something wide open and what kind of subject, depending on the size of the subject too. If I shoot wide open on this subject, because of its size being small, most of it is going to be in focus. If I take this same settings and I apply it to a large subject matter, a lot more of it's not going to be in focus. So
Exactly.
but you don't learn these things until you actually go out in the field and you start experimenting with your settings and looking
And
at
that's
it
what I wanted to share this, because these are real conditions. It's not here in my room trying with a subject that is only 5 meters away. This is, the real world where the owl is 50 meters, 150 yards away from where you are.
Robert's asking, do we see more noise than expected with Nikon files in Lightroom? Well, I mean, they say that the best software for Nikon files is the NX Studio is the best for processing the Nikon images. I mean, I use Lightroom because I've been using Lightroom since it came out, and I'm just very comfortable with it.
Yeah.
Not because it's the best. But yeah, the general consensus is that.
Is that in RAW or JPEG though? Might be different.
Yeah, well, NX Studio only does RAW.
Yeah.
I'm
talking about this one.
And NX Studios is free, isn't it? Is it not? Free download on the Nikon website, right? Yeah.
And it's easier to transfer files using that program, like cable or whatever.
Safer too.
Apple. Yeah.
Yeah. So Robert,
he says then he changed the settings in Lightroom for RAW defaults, changed from Adobe default to camera settings, and noise was much reduced.
Yeah, Robert, I nowadays every camera doesn't matter, every photo doesn't matter how the ISO is using. I get it to the XO RAW 4. So
Adobe's always behind on catching up with the
exactly. So,
way it translates.
the 400 ISO, I expect to see no noise whatsoever. Now, I do sometimes do a double ISO reduction. So it is the image for the final image, correct? If the image was taken like 10,000, like we were discussing these images here, I will go to the XO raw, work on that, create DNG, work on that file, do the cropping, the modifications of all the things that white balance and et cetera, et cetera. You need to develop your photos, okay? And then in Photoshop, I sometimes go and do noise reduction with Topaz, right? So sometimes I can do a double noise reduction because
Well, what I do sometimes is, you use the masking tool,
yes,
okay, and you hold the option key down and you drag it across and you get rid of the noise or the particulates that are, say, in the sky. You know what I'm saying? You get rid of it so the sky is clear. You don't see any dots in it.
yes.
So that is a way of removing some of the noise. So if you do that in Lightroom and then I run it through Topaz, it's like doing a somewhat of a denoise twice as well. But what I like doing sometimes with Topaz is, let's say I'm a little hot with a shot, hotter than I want to be, and I can't make enough of an adjustment with my sliders to make it look as good as I want it to be. I'll go as best as I can, and then I'll run it through Topaz. And when you run it through Topaz, all your adjustment settings, whether it be saturation, blacks, whites, whatever, all gets reset to 0 when you're now dealing with the denoise image, and you go through Topaz, denoise, and sharpen, right?
Okay.
You now have all those same adjustments that you can make all over again. And sometimes I'll make the adjustments within Lightroom, and if I need a little more adjustment that I can't get out of the Lightroom app, I will make those. I'll adjust the blacks or adjust the whites a little bit more in Topaz, and I can save an image because everything gets reset back. It doesn't carry over your slider settings when you go from Lightroom into Topaz. So you get a chance to adjust your white, knock down your exposure a little more, or knock down your adjust your blacks or your whites or whatever, or your highlights, especially your highlights. You can adjust your highlights down a little bit more. And sometimes that saves an image because you do it so much in Lightroom and you do it the rest of the way in Topaz. So it's kind of like what you're saying with a double noise reduction between Photoshop and Topaz. So you can also do that with exposure with other settings as well.
Exactly. No. I do my. Remember, I'm not a Lightroom user because I don't want to keep catalogs or anything like that. I do my own thing. So in terms of cataloging my images, so I work in Adobe Camera Raw, right? For the images.
Yeah. I don't really do cataloging the way they teach you how to do it in Lightroom. I have my own file structure,
Exactly.
but I just import the files into my own file structure and I work on it in Lightroom because I'm just used to Lightroom. But
yeah. But Adobe Camera Raw and Lightroom have the same capability, correct? So I do most of the initial processing after I get that DNG file in Adobe Camera Raw. Then I go to Photoshop mostly for any kind of cloning or anything that may need to do. And I like you said, Jeff, from there you can invoke the Camera Raw filter again if it's necessary.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was looking actually here for an image. Just let me see if I can find it because let me see.
Wow.
Oh. Okay, let me see. Oops. No. Sometimes, like you said, if you try to look for an image in the last minute, Jeff, it's never easy.
No.
Okay, I think I can, because I don't think I will use this one for June, but I can. I think I can share today because it's not going to be part of the June. So all this stuff, correct, is, let me see if I can, is to get an image like this, correct? So that's the a final image. The other ones are tests. And indeed, Jeff, yes, I was lucky that I have these guys here. I don't know, hunting some rabbits or something here. Correct?
No, that's nice. That's nice. I like the the fact that obviously some woodpeckers or something, some of that bark's missing, and you got some of the brownish orange tones in the bark.
No, that's the way the bark of the ponderosa pine trees are. Jeff.
Okay.
Yeah. So Randa, who lived here one time, remember those. That's the predominantly pine tree in this at this elevation here in Corral. Correct, but no, it's so I got some good ones. Correct, but part of the issue is as you try to get your image correct and position yourself, you're also doing this testing. And this owl, not this day. This was the first day that I managed to locate her after I spooked them. And we're just taking the garbage out of the drive, and he flew away a couple of days. So the next time I went to put some food in the feeders, he flew away, but I noticed where he landed. So I started working it gradually. So I got some decent images here.
So is that a young one or a full-grown male?
Well, we don't know whether it's a male or a female. That's a resident owl. I think it's a male because he's the one that hoot a lot during this time of the year, right?
Okay.
And defend this territory around the neighborhood, right?
You ever have to worry about your pets when these are around? You ever have to worry about your pets when the owls are around?
I don't. My cats don't go out on their own, and my current dog is big, so.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. But sometimes I wonder about the raccoons and the foxes, because this guy will definitely can do a job. I'm not so happy with this branch here, Jeff. Correct?
Yeah, well, you know what? I'll show you an image in a minute where I had to do something that
you can get rid of
that I like hate to do, and I do it 0.5% of the time where I had to go in and use Photoshop, and I had to remove some stuff, which I hate to do because I like my images to reflect exactly what I saw.
Exactly.
But sometimes it's the difference between having a shot that you would say is really satisfying to really disappointing.
Exactly.
Due to stuff that you have no control over. So I'll show you that image in a second.
Exactly. But this is the animal in the environment, correct? This is where this is a perch that he uses, or a branch that comes out of that. No setting up. I don't have any control. I of course I can control where I can move, but you know how it is.
You can't
right?
get rid of the branches. The branches are going to be there whether you move to the 5 feet to the left or 5 feet to the right. You're going to have
And something complex like this branch is very, for me, for my skills, it's difficult to remove effectively.
Yeah. I was going to save this for the photo review, but I'll show it. I may still use it for the photo review anyway. But
Those are beautiful. Randall, those lazuli bunting, they are fantastic.
Oh man, yeah. They're so I'm getting this year. I've seen cardinals, woodpeckers. I haven't seen these birds, but I get notified. And there was another one. Of course, you see the crows and the ravens and the I think they're called jackals. But I go by McDonald's, all right, to get my Frappy Mocha. And there's so many birds on the tree. So I think they like McDonald's too, because there's like a lot of food that they throw. And they're on the ground.
They like the French fries. They go for the French fries, man. Birds love French fries at McDonald's. Yeah.
But, it's amazing because they're all on the telephone lines and they're in the trees and you just hear them. But you throw a French fry or a piece of meat or bread out there and it's
like chum in the water. It's like putting chum in the water.
So you hear about the habitat being lost. I see coyotes, deer are in the neighborhood, birds everywhere. So where I am, I got a lot of wildlife.
Exactly.
And I've seen
eventually there's nowhere else for them to go and they have to live in the city.
Well, what I'm scared of,
how to survive in the city.
So what I'm scared of is I've had 2 rabbits go through my doggy door 3 weeks ago. Yeah. And both times I'm cooking. So they must like
that was convenient. Rabbit stew that night.
They're little bunnies. I felt kind of innocent. So
but yeah, I had a friend, I had an Italian friend when I was a kid, and his dad raised rabbits, and I don't have to say what happened to the rabbits, but they said, Jeff, you want to stay over for dinner? We're having, what? And I go, no, I'm fine. I have food at home. I'm going home. I'm gonna put up a picture that I was gonna save for the photo review, and this is it's been, God, I'm trying to think now, maybe 4 occasions in 6 years where I've seen these birds. In four times. I saw them twice in 1 week. In the last week, I've seen them 2 times. Have never seen more than 1 at a time. On this particular day, Bob and I saw 2 of them.
Mm.
So I will show you what I'm talking about. This is a pair of red-headed woodpeckers.
Oh, wow.
They're not pileated. They're red-headed woodpeckers. Not downies, not red-bellied. They're red-headed woodpeckers. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful birds. Now, I'm not showing you this from Lightroom, which I did. I could zoom in on it, and you could see how sharp the picture is, as sharp as you could see it through Restream, which isn't the best, but they are very sharp on my monitor, on my regular monitor, but not so much on Restream. But what I had to do, and you can see, same issue with all these branches in the background. There's nothing I can do about them. But there was a branch. You see my hand here on the screen?
No, we don't see it.
Okay. The bird at the very top of the branch, about 3 inches above its head, there was a branch that was right above its head going up to the top of the screen. Yeah. So I had to get rid of that. It looked horrible. Then there was another large branch in the foreground on the third of the way up on the right-hand side that went across right to left pretty far. And so I eliminated both those branches because it ruined the picture. I mean, it was like to get these two birds in the same tree, dead tree, I may never see again. And I said, those branches are going to go. I went in Photoshop and got rid of them. But normally I would never do that. But in this case, because
now those branches were in front.
Yeah, they were in front. They were
back, behind it.
No, they were in the front. They were in the foreground.
Okay.
They were dominant. They were too dominant in the image, and really ruined it. But these birds are so nice. They're so nice.
Oh, I love that crimson color red.
Yeah.
It's like a velvet, correct?
Oh yeah, they're. I mean, I've only seen these birds like 4 times in 6 years. Always in the same location, same general location. But you just don't see them. You just don't see them that often. You'll see plenty of downies, red bellies. In another area, you would see the pileateds. I like a lot too because they're the biggest woodpecker in North America, as far as from what I remember. They're huge. But these are prettier. These are prettier.
Oh, for sure.
But anyway, I thought I would just. But here's a case though where I'm trying to think of the reason why I showed this picture. The reason I'm showing this picture is when I was talking about experimenting with different settings on your camera. I probably shot, if I had shot in this wide open, this is with the 800, if I shot it wide open at f6.3, I'll guarantee you one bird would have been tack sharp, the other bird would have been sharp, slightly blurry.
Exactly.
So I changed my f-stop. I used probably 3 different f-stops to guarantee myself that I would have a image where both birds were sharp. It was important for me to have both birds tack sharp. And so that's the stuff that you, as a new photographer, that only comes with you getting out there and shooting and experimenting and playing with the settings on your camera, is so that you know that when you're shooting with a lens wide open, that even though let's say one of these birds is 6 inches in front, the plane is 6 inches in front of the other one, that's enough to not have both birds in focus when you're wide open. You may have to stop down to f8 to f11 in order to get both these birds in focus. And that's part of the learning curve that you're going to have when you are learning your craft. And it's not something that you just you pick up automatically, and it's a little more challenging, like when you're dealing with, when you're in a portrait scenario in a studio. If something doesn't come out right, you can just have people move a couple inches this way or that way, and
exactly,
and you can end up with the result you want, and you're guaranteed you're going to have a good result. But when you're working with nature, you don't have a lot of time to try to get the result you want, because if you're sitting there fooling around with your camera too long, you blink your eyes, these guys could fly off and they're gone.
Yeah, and that's where, going back to the 800 PF, correct, which is a very powerful lens, but also you can handheld. That owl that I was showing, and I would show, I found I opened it in Photoshop so that you can see that I needed to move the tripod and the 800, to try to get an angle between other branches and trees and stuff, correct? So you're trying to basically shoot through a tunnel.
Yeah, it's very frustrating because you're not dealing with open areas too often. obviously, and then sometimes, like if I'm shooting in the other area of park where the birds are nesting now, sometimes because they don't try to make they don't create any viewing areas along the path. They just let everything grow wild. So you have vines and you have all this stuff. You know, you have the lower shrubs, you got the trees, and you got vines in between. And sometimes I'm backing up with the 800, and literally I'm shooting through a hole. You got a very narrow angle of view. I may be actually shooting through a hole in the branches or in the shrub that's only like this big around. And I'm trying to shoot through that hole to get that subject.
It's the same for this owl, correct? But I'm maneuvering with a tripod, trying to scare it to get that little window where I can get a clear view of the animal. So share the what I think I'm sharing or not? Yeah. So let me because when I put the so this is now the image in, because what I showed was the image as in my Apple albums, which is already downgraded, correct? So you can see here. So you have the background layer, an edit layer, and then the text layer that I put, correct, with the settings in the below. You can see here, right? Now, the if I switch off the editing setting, you can see that the only thing that I took was that bright spot in the corner.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, let me show you here, right? Because that's going to what we were discussing with Robert. So this was taken at an ISO 1000, correct? And this is using the 600 TC, correct? So I'm shooting with a full 5.6, correct? So now when I zoom in at 1,000 with ISO 1000, look at the level of details, Jeff.
You're gorgeous. Oh my goodness. And he's looking right at you too.
Exactly.
Oh, man.
So ISO 1000, nothing to be feared, correct? I mean, I cannot get more detail, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I've been shooting at night at 6400, and it's been looking great. I even go up.
That looks like is that the owl that does the eyeglass commercials on TV?
Exactly. It's the same species, but not the same owl. And I promise you guys, it was not a stuff and putting that little stuff.
Yeah.
Now, would I prefer not to have these three here? Yes, of course. But this is where they live, correct?
Yeah. You can't. Yeah, you can't. You know. Yeah, you can't do anything about that. You can't do anything about that. But you know. But see, that's where now this was with your. And this was with your f4 600.
Exactly. So it's not the quality of the lens is not an issue. Correct?
No, I'm just saying it's obviously these branches were fairly close because you know, even shooting it at a fairly wide open.
Oh, you cannot get it.
You can't dissolve it. It's too close.
But you see, Jeff, I don't mind this. Look at the scale in the bark, correct?
Yeah.
That's already a picture in itself.
Yeah.
So, you know, the nice thing about cropping, you don't lose that many megapixels, but look how sharp and clear that is.
Exactly.
And
that goes back to the 45 megapixel versus the 24 megapixel.
Okay, now you see that little white dot by the tree between the burn stuff? Is that a spider or is that something on the lens?
No, actually, I you know, that's the other thing.
Your mouth.
No, it was raining.
Oh, okay.
So that's the other thing, correct? So actually, my wife was mad because there was a little bit of a thunderstorm, and I'm trying to photograph the owl, and it's you know how thunder is here in Colorado, correct?
Yeah.
So you say you're crazy, you coming out there, But and in all the photos actually, because I had to go. You see, I went 1/50 of a second. Correct. So I had to. I saw the bouncing the rain bouncing out of the house. So it was a great experience, right? As I told you, Jeff, that out of the 4 days that this guy have been hanging around, I have 2 good sessions, correct? And you can see the result.
Yeah. No, you
And that was
got
at
you
F4.
got a good backyard versus what I have. I mean,
No,
I'll get some interesting shots, but it's in a residential area, maybe of a hawk or something like that. But these are the shots you want out where you're in nature.
Exactly. So anyway, let me stop sharing here.
I don't think I have. I'm going to look through. Let's see if I can find something here.
So we have a lot of turkey vultures here, and they like the lampposts along the roads, and they just land on there and just watching the traffic.
They make good subject because they are so ugly, right? You get close up of the
just stay
face.
there. Yeah. And the only time they move is when a car hits an animal or a dog. Then they, it's easy picking for them. They got wild turkeys here also. So I forgot to mention that. They have.
You get chachalacas as well. I love photographing the chachalacas. They are so noisy. They remind me of when I was young because the chachalacas will come into the house and they make a big noise. Right? No, Randall, you get migratory birds. I guarantee you, probably not now because the migration has progressed. But where you live in San Antonio, man, you put some feeders in your backyard, you can take fantastic pictures.
Yeah, hummingbirds, no problem. I have a lot of barn swallows and sparrows right now, and the one they're early in the morning, and then I put water out on the little bird bath so they can have some water, and then what is it? So they're at dusk and they're early in the morning, and that's the best time I can catch them. I see them during the day, but they're kind of scarce. They're chasing each other at the trees and stuff like that.
But you were talking about that. So when we have our Pomeranian, which certainly we will go with her out on the leash because we know these guys were around. A little Pomeranian like your little ones there.
Chihuahua, yeah.
The Chihuahua's too small for the yard here. I remember I got foxes and coyotes as well. So
you see, that's what I was saying. Is like I got them here. Now I don't know about the foxes, but I do have raccoons.
You need to take your doggy out on the supervision.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you that image before I remove the trees, branches, so you know what I was talking about. Okay. And I'll show this from. Let's see if it lets me.
And you know that I had no problem with that, Jeff. Taking out anything is for me is allowed. Putting something that's not so cool.
Yeah, so
this one on the top and one on the side. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is why I got rid of them, because it ruins it.
Yes. That doesn't make sense, correct?
Yeah, so now if I go to
so you remove them and then you kind of match the background?
Depending on what you use. Nowadays in the software, the removal tool matches the background without you making any effort. Run.
Yeah.
Oh,
Let
wow.
me try to. I want to zoom in on this a little bit and move this down. Just so you
Wow.
can see
Man,
how
that's
sharp,
gorgeous.
just so you can see how sharp that is.
Yeah. That's what I told
Beautiful
you.
birds.
That's just a, but I mean, I had to get rid of that stuff, and I hate to do that, but once in a great while I break down, and I just says I'm not going to have this shot because this shot. I mean, this shot would look good as a print,
So you had it converted to a TIFF file, for Lightroom, or?
Well, it gets converted to a TIFF when I go through denoise.
Okay. All right.
Changes it to a TIFF. I'm going to try to find the one so I could zoom in on it. Give me a second. I'm going to find the one after
And you took that other branch that is on the right side, correct?
Yeah.
Correct. So this is
Man, they're both sharp. Wow.
this is where. Let me get back to fit here. Yeah. So
You
this.
see, Jeff, I would have taken the effort if I like the two birds in their position and they are both in focus. All these other even minor branches, I would have attempted to see if I could get them, but it's a complicated thing, correct?
Well, you know what? Can you move that bird to that? Well, you move the branch to the right, but could you move the
Yeah.
bird to that?
I mean, I could have tried to get rid of these too.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I was trying not to get too overboard with the deletions, but yeah, I could get rid of these two as well.
Yeah.
Which I could always go back and do that, but then you go, okay, I get rid of this one now. Oh, let's get rid of this one. Let's get
No,
rid of this.
there's
There's a point of
diminishing returns.
yeah. There's a point where, like I said, I feel so guilty when I get rid of something from a photo. I mean, it's very rare when I do that. But in this case, I mean, I just like that, like I said, the two birds in the same spot, and it's like I just did what I felt I had to do.
And that's what I say. I think you are, in my opinion, you are still representing nature correctly. If you don't add something, you just subtract some distraction elements because the animal is where it's supposed to be. It's doing their thing. It's not in captivity. You're just taking a distraction element. I don't have any
Yeah. I
problem.
mean, I didn't go and
Modify it too much.
I didn't go and put a different bird in the picture or something.
Exactly.
But it's still it's a tough thing, and obviously, if you were entering it in a photo contest, you couldn't do that.
Right. Yeah.
Exactly.
I see people really blur out the background too. So, just remove the stuff. So instead of taking it out of pictures, they just blur it more.
Oh, the current version of Lightroom and Photoshop allows you to play with that a little bit automatically, and then you can say it always look a little bit fakey for whatever reason, but not too bad.
I've seen some people do kind of like a green room and then they just change the background color, all in one.
Yeah,
so
that is.
Like they make it black, and then they just highlight the bird.
That's what I think I draw the line. It's because you're starting to change a little.
Yeah.
But it's a
Well,
grade of
now instead of representing reality, it's now like more like a painting. You change.
Yeah.
It's a different form of art and a different art form at this point in time. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but it's not reflecting what you saw. And like I said, that's why I have such a hard time just deleting sometimes something that 90% of the people out there would just say, just get rid of that. I mean, I don't have a problem getting rid of, obviously normal stuff like dust spots or, things like that. But in terms of getting rid of a a twig here or there I do it once in a while, but I don't know why I have such a hang up over doing it. I really shouldn't, but I mean, if someone's buying up the print from you, they don't know whether you took a branch out of it or not. You know, I mean, I'm sure. Well, what was that big outcry with a photo contest where the guy
Okay, so the guy
the elephant's ear, and he took the one ear and he
Swap them.
that's
Unfortunately, Jeff, I mean, I don't know. One of the first person that got into trouble was our hero Art Wolf, correct? You probably don't remember that because that was a long time ago, correct? That it was in a reportage that he did for nature photography, correct? And he had photographed uh, uh, a bunch of zebras, right? And there was a little spot about, because he's very much into patterns and repetition. There was a little spot where there was like a missing hole among all the zebras, and he cloned the one there. So even our hero, Mr. Wolf, and he disclosed it, and it was a big hullabaloo. That was almost like 20 years ago, right?
He sure used a spray can on the zebra.
yeah.
So anyway, it's I think taking things off that are distraction elements, or like I did with those bright spots, correct?
Yeah.
If you don't take that bright spot, your eyes are going to go there, and that's not what I'm supposed to do, correct? Does it change the animal where it was, how it's observed? No, it was light filtering through the branches.
Yeah, I mean, lots of times I'll take the brush tool and I'll just knock the exposure down, and then I'll just go around that white spot and darken it up. Yeah.
For me, all that is okay.
Yeah.
Now, competition nowadays, you cannot do that.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's like if you're selling a photo, I mean, I guess there really are no rules, because they're seeing what you're choosing to show them, and they don't know what you did or did not do, and they buy it because they like it.
And not only that, Jeff, since painting and photography started, that's what we do as photographers, correct? We show the world in 2 dimensions through a little square, correct? That's what we do, Roy, correct? When you do your product photography, you show
Well, I
your
come the other way. I take 3 or 4 different pictures and join them together in Photoshop, which is the absolute opposite. I try not to use too much Photoshop.
Yeah, but the point that I'm making here, and we're getting to our time slot here. Photography, by definition, is an abstraction. It's not reality. You choose what to present, correct? Now, when you present the nature, you want to present the nature as it is, but sometimes but you still want to. You're still a photographer, so you eliminate a little distraction, correct? You take a some element that is going to take out of the message that you were trying to convey, correct? Because at the end, that's what we do. We do abstraction. And the abstraction is because you're looking at the world through the little tunnel of the camera. I'm sorry, that's my philosophy.
I mean, it's like I said, it's one thing. It's one thing. A totally different thing between the restrictions of a photo contest and a sellable piece of photography. But because it's like I've mentioned it several times. I go to an art show and the guy takes beautiful pictures of birds, but then he paints them and he makes the back. As a painter, he could change the background, make it look any way he wants,
and that is allowed.
He could paint in any bird from 4 different photos that he has and put all 4 birds in that painting.
But that's exactly, but that's a different thing. It's painting,
right? It's a painting, and with photography, you don't have that luxury of the freedom to create your own world with what that camera grabs is what that camera grabs.
Because photography is, we are documentarians to a degree, correct?
Right, right.
But he's documenting the world through that little hole, correct?
Yeah.
And then presenting in that little hole what we want to present and moving ourselves to not to present other elements, right? That's always have been photography for me.
Yeah.
I tell you a story here, and then we just finish here. At one time when I was living in Africa, correct? I was taking pictures, and some of the people that were in the same camp wanted me to document the area where we were living, because they were making like a little brochure, correct, for other people that will come to the same camp to live. And so I went, took all the photos, correct, and this is not the time of Photoshop. This is before that. So slide photos, came back, submitted the photos for the people that wanted to do the little magazine. They complain, Gustavo, you make the camp look too nice. That's not reality. Well, that's what I do as a photographer, correct? I presume that people that shoot models, you don't want to shoot you want to shoot the models in the best possible way, correct? You want to take an ugly guy like us and make him look presentable. That's
not possible.
Not possible, but at least we try.
Well, that was one thing with Peter when I was visiting him. He tries to take away all the blemishes and stuff that he has, the pot marks and stuff, and he's always combing his hair. And I said, Peter, stop it.
But you see, it's not that he's too vain, no. It's just that as a wedding photographer, he's predisposed to try to present whoever, not only him, in the best possible way. I guarantee you, he probably was trying to fix your hair too.
So, I keep telling him it's not a beauty pageant. Okay.
Exactly.
I mean, if you would see his Patreon pages, he's in his t-shirt, he's in shorts, he's doing a walk around in the back. I'm not talking about short. I'm talking about, regular shorts where he can put stuff in the pocket and stuff in the t-shirt. But when he's on his live show, he's all dressed real nice.
And that is
But even then, when he's in his short and shirt, he says, "Oh, I forgot to comb my hair." But it looks awful. It's
no problem here.
Yeah, well,
I haven't owned a comb and I don't know how long.
Too late to be vain, isn't it?
So anyway, so I think that's what we're talking about. That photography is not that it's always fake, but it's an abstraction. It is us presenting the world the way we want to represent it, correct? And that includes, and we make a lot of decisions in that process.
Well, look at the painters, all right, that paint stuff, okay? They're using their imagination. They can add scenes or whatever, or paint themselves looking like something else. But, we're just doing it differently. And we got tools to help us with that.
But we're going to call it a night, everybody. It's 2:12. At 2:15, I turn into a pumpkin. Yeah, I mean, I think this was hopefully for those of you out there an interesting show. We had a lot of different topics. We had a lot of different discussions. We talked about some of the new stuff that's come out in the last few days. Had a little Jeff rant, which was calm in comparison to what Chuck would have done. That's why one reason I want Chuck back, because nobody rants as good as Chuck. So, but anyway, it's just always interesting. But it's I know I probably don't talk about the new gear. I know I don't talk about the new gear at the level that Chuck did, but due to things like what just happened with the R1 and misinformation and a lot of reading between the lines by dozens and dozens of content creators on YouTube, and all have a different interpretation or may have a different interpretation of what Canon put out there, that I really don't want to get into the theoreticals or the maybes or the what ifs or maybe this or maybe that. Whereas, something that comes out and you got the hard specs, like with the Fuji stuff that came out, you can have a good discussion about that because nothing is guesswork. Everything is established. Everything, it's all done. It's out there. You can order it tomorrow. That's, I feel more comfortable talking about what's real and what's in front of me rather than what is not out there yet. So we touch on it because, a percentage of people want to talk about it, but I don't like to get totally buried in it, week after week after week.
It was fun.
And hopefully everybody's okay with that. But if you're not, then you let me know and you send me an email. Otherwise, if you say nothing, I assume that you're okay with what we're doing. My feelings aren't going to get hurt, but if you don't say anything, I assume that we're not totally horrible yet. We may be working that way, but we're not there yet. The guys in this direction of me make it so the show is good. is everything on that side of the screen.
I was just thinking about the Z6 III. Nikon announced it in October, didn't they? Back in
yes, it's pretty imminent now. I don't know why they're delaying, but there's a delay.
So we could be waiting another 6 months. They're probably waiting for Christmas.
I don't think so.
Listen to this man. He has a scoop.
Yeah, but they'll finally release it around October, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't know why they're delaying. I've heard nothing about the Z7 III.
Yeah.
Nothing about the ZS. Nothing
or
about the
Z90. Yeah. Nothing. I thought personally the ZF would replace both the Z7 II and the Z6 II. So I don't know.
ZF.
And then with the acquisition of red, I don't know.
They're getting like some other manufacturers that don't want to tell you anything about anything.
Yeah. If you're in NPS, they used to tell you everything.
Yeah.
It used to be lovely. Now you can't find out a thing.
Terry, have a good one. He says he's going to go back and look at the first 2 hours of the show. Boy, Terry, all that tells me is that you're a glutton for punishment. That's what that's telling me. You're a glutton for punishment. Greg, have a good night. I'm glad you enjoyed the show. So good night to everybody. We're gonna call it a night, and we wish you well. We hope to see you again next week. Hope I can talk Chuck into coming on the show next week. I'll do my best. But that's in the end, it's up to him, So all I can do is poke and prod him a little bit, and hopefully he'll come on. But anyway, well, I'll just comment on Greg's comment here. Concern Nikon's bleeding entry-level market share because of the Z6 III delay. I think it was last week I brought up a comment that was supposedly made by Roy, help me, where the person made the insinuation that the reason a Z6 III might not be out is because, well, they're making enough money with what's out there right now, and you may have shared components on the Z6 III that's going to sell for less money. And if you still have a little bit of a part shortage, you're going to want to put the part on the more expensive cameras as long as they're selling, rather than put it on the cheaper camera. Yeah. And that might be why it's being delayed as well. But the only people that know why are the guys with the sign up here. That guy, that company right there,
Mr.
Nikon. Management. Yeah,
I thought it would come out about now. And I think it has been delayed.
Yeah. But we shall see. And then when it does come out, we will obviously spend at least part of the show talking about it. No doubt about that.
Well, they did show 2 pictures of it, right? Did you see them?
No.
I haven't seen them either.
The one with the Z6 III, and they removed the tape.
Oh,
And
I
it
saw
was-
that. That's been out for a while. Yeah.
From
Yeah,
what I
And then
know,
the other one was
This is the-
with another camera at a show.
no Metro.
It was a bigger one, and we were trying to figure out if it was the Z90 or the Z6. They didn't say anything, so
Yeah.
I think it's Z3.
What's that saying? Loose lips sink ships.
Oh, so what was it? Panasonic just came out with what, an S9? So it's kind of like a Z30. It had no EVF. Did you see
I hate
that one?
that.
Or is it S9? I think it's called an S9. So
I think you might be right. I heard something. I'm not really following them
Panasonic, yeah.
or Lumix.
Well, pick Joey's brain when we see him next week if he comes on. Give the Canadians something to do.
I like the GH4, but they seem to lose it after that for a while.
But anyway, folks, have a good night. I know we've said that 3 times, but we're gonna mean it this time. And hopefully you're kind enough to join us next week. And hey, give me a like once in a while. Let me know that you appreciate everybody's time that comes on the show here with me, because time is precious. And just give us a like. It's just a polite way of acknowledging that the time we spend to try to offer you some information and entertainment. So we would appreciate it. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, that would be nice as well, because I'm getting tired of looking at the number 497 for like the last 6 months or more. It'd be nice to see it go up a few people anyway, but
That's incredible.
I think the YouTube gods are toying with me or whatever, but not whatever. But take it easy.